Hey there, hi there, cozy folks. How are you all doing today? Hello, hello. How's it going, Enrique K? Explosive Ash, French Fry Apocalypse, Canine Mancer, Grand of Greed. Funny to see the kind of usernames that have started to appear as the channel gets older. Quirky Quillfish, how's it going? Noob Plays, hey there, hey there. Good morning to Paradox. 55 Burgers is here in time for Numbers. The Master of Numbers is what we're going to be today. And Master of Silly Graphs, too. Got some fun charts to show off. So, the story behind exclamation the Miskatonic Blue is that's a command that Failey made, I think for their own entertainment. Basically, it randomly generates a sentence from a preset list, a classic, assemble your own, take a noun, take a verb, take another noun, put them together like a Mad Lib. It's consistently great. I've been thinking I should add some more options to what that can output, just for funsies. Spend some time writing more. Skeptic, thanks for the 10 months and the Prime sub, by the way. Let's go on Frodo's hairy feet. Water is good stuff. What kind of air should you breathe if you want to be rich? Perrier. Very clearly. Kiznal, thanks for the 6 months of support. Have I played Risk of Rain on stream ever? No. I've never played Risk of Rain, period, actually, but I really do enjoy the music. Good morning to you, Matt Newts. Hey there, Chunt. Trendy Kendi. With 47 months, just one away from 4 full years. Let me just tweak our music choice for a second here. Let's go FTL for the moment. That'll be good for talking. Plan on spending a few minutes just saying hello, chatting with folks here before we get into our actual mastery recap. Gives people time to arrive too. I do believe the Clumsy Run is up on the YouTube. Gotta make sure the command has a permanent link to that. Zavern with 9 months. It's numbers time. Vaguely Virtual 256's idea. Bailey put it together, and word ideas came from the bot dev server. All right. I've heard good things about Risk of Rain, too. I've also seen and heard some good things of Risk of Rain Returns, the sort of remastery of the first game. My new PC... Oh, that reminds me, actually. So my new PC is going to arrive today. I'm hoping. Yeah, it might arrive today. I'm hoping that it won't arrive during the stats presentation, because then I would have to interrupt my YouTube video. But if that's what happens, so be it. We could have a live unboxing vid. As I haul a 50-pound box onto my desk and try to take it apart on the camera. It's going to work great. It's going to work great. Robot Daniel grabbed Monster Train on sale and you've fallen in love with it, so thanks for streaming it. You're heckin' welcome. I hope the content gives you a leg up. I am Magi continuing that gifted sub. Heck yeah. This is a custom wallpaper? No, this is an official Slay the Spire art work. The devs made this just for the early access version of the game. One of the first pieces of official art for the game. My presentation today uses a decent amount of artwork. I believe all from the devs and official Megacrit assets. That card on the left does get hypothesized about a decent amount. The art most closely matches the beta art of the in-game card Metallicize. However, the card shown here is very clearly a rare card, which Metallicize is not. And it's also got writing on it, but it's not in English or any human language. It's like made-up rune characters, so it's not real writing on it. Imagine if Metallicize were rare. If you increase the number on Metallicize, it would be a very justifiable rare card, actually. Let's say 2 cost gives 6, upgraded 8. I guess that's just 2 Metallicizes stapled together, but that would be a better card than 1 Metallicize. Yeah, let's say 2 cost, 6 Metallicize, 8 when upgraded. It's like a Heart of Iron in a card. Yeah, I think that'd be a pretty good card overall. And it'd be a really good card going into Act 2. Especially with Snekawai, oh yeah. And that'd be one I could actually justifiably see grabbing more than 1 copy of, whereas current Metallicize, it's really, really rare that you would want 1, let alone more than 1. Having 2 Metallicizes stapled together also means that it's actually block positive against the Awakened one, even at 2 strength per power on Ascension 20. That would be a card that would be worth playing against the Awakened one, because it helps you block on the non-multi-attack turns, and then you break even on the multi-attack turns. But 2 separate Metallicizes, you have to pay separately for the card draw. You have to draw them both. You also have to upgrade them separately, right? You can't get the benefit of the upgrade by just getting 1 upgrade. It has to be 2 upgrades. And it makes the Awakened One angry twice. It makes the Time Eater's number go up twice. If you have to play them separately, it makes the Beat of Death from Heart hit you twice if you have to play them separately. These are all reasons that 2-cost cards in Spire have a bit of an advantage. I did see that 5 Metallicized run, Sam Jam. I was there live for a decent amount of that. It was a wildly entertaining run. But you'll notice a couple of statements that I can make about that 5 Metallicized run, which is that A, the run was struggling to block with 5 Metallicizes in play for late game fights, and B, even though the one run, it didn't do so because of the 5 Metallicizes. Can't remember if he got an actual infinite or just other shenanigans on that run, but... yeah, it won in spite of 5 Metallicizes. That's right, we are listening to the jams from FTL currently. I'll probably do some Dustfall for the actual presentation. It's the best Defect infinite? I mean... pretty much all infinites are equal, right? If you're achieving an infinite state, then your output is likewise infinite. Oh, that's right, and I did miss the dad joke. I was thinking about stats puns, and then I got distracted by reading subs. So I do, in fact, owe the chat a dad joke. My apologies. Let's see here. Why should you never call a statistician average? Because they think that's a mean thing to say. Boo. Nasty Drac went infinite on Heart with Silent turn 1 last night. Double after image. Panache for the damage. I like that. Calculated gamble. That's cute. So you just played Calc Gamble over and over again? No, it's true actually, Pilum. Yes, there are in fact different amounts of infinity. So not all infinites are equal. For example, integers versus real numbers, I believe, is a good example of two different things that are both infinite, but not in the same way as each other. And that's also true of Slay the Spire infinites, in that not all infinites are equal. The more physical input required from the player, I think, the more tedious an infinite is. So, for example, 2 Flash of Steel might be infinite, but it's going to take a long time to kill most things, and it has notable weaknesses, losing to Heart and Time Eater and actually Spikers. So infinites that scale can be kind of cool. Infinites that are more fun could be kind of cool. My favorite infinite is still... somebody's asking the best Defect infinite, and that my answer to that will forever be 2 rebounds with a Madness and Unceasing top. You just make one of the rebounds cost 0, and then you use the other rebound to rebound the 0-cost rebound. Make that the last card in your hand. The Unceasing top will draw the 0-cost rebound. You play 0-cost rebound. It gives you a stack of rebound, and then it goes to the top of your draw pile, and then the Unceasing top draws a 0-cost rebound, so you have a 0-cost rebound in your hand and another stack of rebound. And you just keep playing the same card over and over again. It's a 1-card infinite, no matter how big your deck is. It's pretty cool. Steve with a B says, the statistician had a great seat at the racetrack. He was above the curve. I think my favorite pun like that is, did you hear about the math professor who got into a terrible wreck on the highway? He was grading on a curve. Yen Cloud says, discovering an unexpected infinite is a really fun experience. It sure is. Andrew 1854 says, what is my favorite relic? We're going to be able to take a look at, empirically, some of my favorite relics. But my default answer to that is always the Runic Pyramid, the boss relic that allows you to retain your hand each turn. Always have such joy with that thing. The recursion, cool-headed recursion skim was a good time too. How many minimum spikes you would need to win with a block-only infinite? I don't think one would be sufficient. Although there's no way to get less than 3 thorns in Slay the Spire, at least in unmodded Slay the Spire. Mathematically, the longest possible heart fight. There's no upper limit. You can infinitely stall the heart if you have the right combination of things. It's very difficult to do, but you can do it. With the easiest example being unlimited untangible with the relic Tungsten Rod, reducing, so the intangible reduces all incoming damage to 1, and then the rod reduces the 1 down to 0. So you take 0 damage from any source. In fact, with intangible and Tungsten Rod, you are effectively invincible in Slay the Spire. I don't think anything can kill you. Nezumi Samurai with a full year. Thanks for the Prime sub. There are some fun ways to theory craft being able to survive the heart's exceedingly powerful multi-hits without resorting to intangible. Like having sufficient revives from revival effects, or by... The block cap is normally 999, so that's the most you can gain, but the heart can multi-attack for a total that exceeds 999. And in fact, it can even make an individual attack that just straight up does more than 999 damage, because the game does allow damage values over 1,000. But with an effect like Static Discharge, you could easily block 999 of the damage, and then have Static Discharge evoke a Frost Orb to create another 999 block. You can also have more health than 1,000. You're allowed to have a max health that's infinitely high, but although the only practical way to get over 1,000 max HP would be to use a Nightmare Wish Infinite to create infinite gold, and then have the Courier Relic, and then buy many fruit juice from the store. Lurker in Chief, thanks for the 50 months. Half a century hype. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how that block glitch we experienced worked, but it looks like there might be ways to exceed the normal block cap, and if you understood the mechanics of that, or the brokenness of the mechanics of that, you could maybe make it work. Quinto Bean says, how can you create infinite intangible? 2 nightmares is the simplest way. The way that we did it on stream was with a multicolored deck. We had dual wield the Ironclad card that can make more copies of a power card, and Wraith Form from Silence. So we dual-wielded repeatedly the Wraith form to get unlimited intangible. I'm trying to think of other cards that would allow you to continually create cards. A lot of the time, the answer to this does somehow usually boil down to use the Nightmare card, because Nightmare is really broken, since Nightmare can just duplicate cards, and most problematically can duplicate itself. Maybe like, I wonder how broken we would consider Nightmare if, just like Exhume, you were not allowed to use Nightmare to target a Nightmare. And Discovery is broken mainly because, Twitch chat, it can make a Nightmare, or Exhume, for the same reasons. Do I think the devs intended for Vault to skip Time Eater's end turn effect? No, it doesn't skip it. It just, you have two different end turn effects that activate at the same time. One could argue that this should result in you skipping 2 turns. But I don't think I would call it a glitch. Nightmare does duplicate cost changes, Xerxes TV, but most cost modifiers wear off at the end of the turn. So usually a card is getting discounted to 0 by an effect that expires, and Nightmare won't copy that. But if it's a permanent effect, like Madness or Setup, Nightmare will propagate cost reductions from that. And you can do some real shenanigans. But not things like Mummified Hand or an attack or power or skill potion. Tim Pure says, doesn't until end of turn mean until redrawn? It means until the end of turn, or if it leaves your hand for any reason, really. Although I haven't tried discarding it with a discard effect to see if that does it. But yeah, pretty much if it leaves your hand, it's going to reset the cost. How practical is Nightmare Madness? I wouldn't call it very practical, but it can do some really broken things. More practical with Retain. Costs a lot of energy to get set up in the first place, though. Do I usually take Nightmare if offered? Nightmare is such a flexible card, I think it's pretty hard to justify not taking it. Which is increasingly how I'm feeling about Omniscience from Watcher, too. Just being able to duplicate another card is a really powerful thing. Don't I get bored of this game? Well, part of what I do here on the channel is deliberately seek out ways to continue to entertain myself with this game. And other games, too. We stream about half Spire, half non-Spire these days. In general, I really enjoy replaying games that I consider good over and over again to achieve mastery of them. And Spire has really rewarded me for doing that. I've personally found this to be the most replayable game that I've ever played. So 7,000 hours of gameplay now, later, I still feel like it's a good time. XJ Phil with the Prime sub and the 3 months of support. How often was I dreading a run while finishing up the challenge? I wouldn't say I entirely enjoyed hunting for Clumsy. That did get that did wear on me at times. But for the vast majority, I really enjoyed the Mastery Challenge, and more on that as we get to the retrospective proper. The community involvement in this game helps keep interest, definitely. It's really cool to see that there are a lot of people still playing and watching Spire on Twitch. You know, a lot of the other roguelites I play, Monster Train is a good example. I'm pretty much the only person that showcases that game with any regularity. Whereas there's tons of people playing Spire at a very high level still. The next challenge before us is win streaking. We're trying to get a 20 win streak with each of the 4 characters. We've been starting with the Ironclad. I think Spire puzzles would be a really cool thing, Locomotive. I'm not 100% sure how you'd go about designing and presenting them. But kind of like find the lethal puzzles could be really cool. Would I ever make another non-standard challenge after the streak? Yeah, I could definitely see myself doing a non-standard challenge like that. The whole point of the Mastery Challenge was to be entertaining. That's right, we're on 5 now. We will not get an Ironclad run today. What we will get is some Defect and / or Silent or Watcher. I'm going to do some 4 fun runs after the presentation. Would it be possible to win with all characters in a 4-box? So, are you talking 4 copies of Slay the Spire sharing inputs from one input source? Different seeds or same seed? Unclear. That'd be really fun to chart. I do own Spire on different platforms, but I haven't actually played. I do all my Spire playing on PC. My favorite card for each character. Also something we can actually sort of empirically answer. I'll give some spoilers here. Dark Embrace is my favorite Ironclad card. 100%. Favorite Defect card is Storm, I want to say. Favorite Silent card? Grand Finale, maybe. I really like Grand Finale when it works. I don't get to play it often, but I love Finale. And for Watcher, conceptually, I really like Master Reality. I wish it was a better card. Cut Through Fate is the I think empirical answer. What's my favorite Watcher card? DMT says, I learned Dagger Spray is F tier and never take it again. It's not that bad. But yeah, it's I think it's not a good sign if I'm adding Dagger Spray to a Silent run. My favorite power on each character. Well-Laid Plans on Silent. Storm on Defect. Juggernaut on Ironclad? No, Dark Embrace on Ironclad. That's a power. And then Master Reality, yeah. So, I mean, I did name mostly powers in the first place. Wish you could make Conjure Blade work. We've had a couple good Conjure Blade runs. It's a tricky card to do. Well, Storm and Heatsinks go hand in hand, Aaron W. And yeah, Echo Form is incredible, of course. But I enjoy the Storm more than I enjoy the Echo Form. I don't think it's a better card than Echo Form. I just enjoy it more. Was there any card that killed more runs than Dagger Spray? We'll look at that too. How would I make Master Reality better? I would delete it as a power, and I would add it as an uncommon relic instead. I would make a relic that does the Master Reality effect. Because there are so many cards, there are so many things that create cards for you right at the start of combat. And the only way to actually upgrade those cards, like from Toolbox and the starting relic on Watcher, would be for it to be a relic and not a power that you have to put in play. So I would make it a relic and delete the card. I guess you could say I'm not Against the Storm. Speaking of, Against the Storm is coming out next week for a 1.0 release. You'll be looking at the full version of that game. Buffalo Custard Bath, thanks for the Prime sub and the 4 months. I've been asked before, Gary Spaceman, how would I make Rampage better? And I think the answer I've arrived at is double the damage each time you play it, rather than increasing it linearly. I imagine putting mods on mobile is... There's a lot of like infrastructure obstacles in your way, so no matter how much pressure one were able to put on the devs or not that you could exert pressure on the Spire devs, really, for any reason, I don't think they have the power to make it happen. Mods on phone will not be a thing, unfortunately. Some people call it Watcher Egg. Yeah, you just add like the crystal egg, I guess I would call it. A mod actually tried that before Watcher came out and found it to be not good enough, really. I mean, on average, you don't make that many cards in combat for most of the characters. Like, Ironclad wouldn't really like it that much. But you could make it a Watcher-specific uncommon relic, perhaps. It would have limited use on Silent, because it upgrades all your shivs. But I think it'd just be most reasonable to make it a Watcher-specific relic. The Quantum Egg from Replay the Spire. Yeah, get rid of Melange. I would say fix Melange. There's a couple of effects in the game that need to have their interactions fixed, basically. Because the way that they're currently implemented means they don't have a use case, or they don't work the way that they should in their use cases. For example, Weave and Nirvana having different criteria for when they proc is ridiculous. They have the identical wording, when you scry, but they don't agree on what that means, particularly when you have 0 cards in the draw pile. Navy SEAL says, what's wrong with Melange? All right, here's a hypothetical situation for you. You have the relic Melange, and you have the card Deep Breath. Melange says, when you shuffle your discard pile, scry 3. So look at the top 3 cards of the draw pile, and then choose some to discard. Deep Breath says, shuffle your discard pile into your draw pile, then draw 1. How it works in Slay the Spire currently, if you have those two, you play the Deep Breath, Melange activates, you scry 3, then you shuffle the discard pile into the draw pile, undoing the scry action entirely, no matter what you chose to do with the scry, and then you draw 1. Thanks for nothing. That's what's wrong with Melange. Is there a way to break that? I don't know. The worst self-inflicted card debuff in the game. Aside from die next turn, which is, according to the game, not a debuff. Worst self-inflicted debuff. Vuln and no draw are pretty bad. Actually, if you've ever tried to burst panic button, that's pretty up there. You get twice the downside, no upside. Or something like that. Dex down per turn is pretty brutal on Wraith form. Some good questions. If I could, would I edit setup? I don't think so. I think setup's okay. I would change Forethought, though. Although I'm not sure how. It just needs to be re-envisioned some way. Even if maybe if it just says draw a card, it would be at least tolerable. Remove it. Yeah, I mean, you can make any card a lot better just by adding draw one. Forethought should be set up. Give Silent a real card. I'm glad somebody's caught that, Aaron W. My teacup. It's my teacup. Which cards would be worse if you had draw one? Warcry. Although, you have to add it at the end. If you add it at the beginning, that's just upgraded Warcry. But I'm going to say Warcry if you add it at the end of what the card does. Meditate. I like that, meditate. Meditate and conclude get worse. Grand finale is kind of hilarious. Fiendfire could be sheer chaos. Yeah, that's just Warcry Dark Embrace with extra steps. And it is genuinely worse sometimes. But also better sometimes. You know, there are situations where you want to draw a card and then put it back on top and then draw the same card again. Both Evolve and Fire Breathing can double dip on that. Burn needs to draw one. Oh man, the Burn self-synergy. And they activate from left to right, so as you draw more burns as the burns go off, you'll keep taking burn damage. That would make Nemesis really scary. Just each burn does 2 damage and then draws a new card. Another dad joke for the crowd, courtesy of Freshwater Cam. What have I got for us today? This one feels a little dated, but sure, we'll go with it. Why don't fishermen like dubstep? Because they think you should never drop the bass. The bass? That works better as a written joke. Anyway, no refunds. Dust Brigand with 7 months. Did I thank you yet? Some baseless humor for you all. I'm sorry. Alright, I am just about ready to actually get started here. Feel like I've properly thanked everybody. I just need to tweak one or two things. Do I have any favorite niche synergies? Saw Zek take an upgrade brutality with puzzle earlier so we could always get more draw on turn 2. We actually did that exact same thing recently on one of our runs. Was to take an upgrade brutality. I think what my favorite, speaking of Ironclad and taking self-harm, I think probably one of my favorite niche synergies is Pain plus Rupture on Ironclad. You take damage to gain strength repeatedly, and then if you have a Reaper, you can just turn that to gain backing into more health. And it's unlimited free strength. I think some of my quickest 999 strength runs have been using Rupture plus Pain. Yeah, way better than Demon Form. 3 strength per turn. How about 2 strength every time I play a card? That's pretty good. What would be the worst upgrade for me? Worst upgrade is there's a lot of possible contenders for worst upgrade. Rampage is definitely up there. Any attack upgrade that adds less than 3 damage is pretty bad, with notable criticism on Claw here. Anger's a plus 2 damage upgrade, but because that damage upgrade duplicates, you get more value out of it. Same for Flurry of Blows and Weave. But Claw, it's just plus 2 each time you play that one copy of Claw. Have I played FTL Faster Than Light on stream? It was one of the first games I ever streamed, actually. I believe I did stream a win on hard with every ship in Advanced Edition. I played about 500 hours of FTL. I quite liked it. You might be able to find them on the archives if they're anywhere. They'll be here. Have I tried Multiverse? Yeah, I tried a little bit of Multiverse. I liked it. Would FTL hold up today? Mostly. FTL has some big flaws that other games have expanded upon and done better in. In fact, I would outright say that the way that events in Slay the Spire work is a direct response to FTL Faster Than Light. Which is to say that you're presented with an event and choices in Slay the Spire, but then the buttons the choices are explicitly tells you what the gameplay impact of each pick is going to be. FTL has very similar design, that you get a wall of text talking about what's happening here, and then you get a couple of choices. But FTL, the game, doesn't let you know what the choices actually do for you in the run. And then further combines that with having random outcomes for some of the choices a lot. Such that, yeah, more RPG style, except because of the random choices, it's really, really hard to figure out what the options actually do if you're just, like, trying them and then remembering things. It's going to be a long, painful experience for you. But everybody knows that giant alien spiders are no joke. Have you ever given Marvel Midnight Suns a try? No, that... That one was a big no thank you for me. There's some cool elements in it, and I can see why people recommend it, but there's so many design choices in that game that I find repulsive. I would never consider playing it. I have streamed Spelunky 2 a little bit, Koryuiap. Wouldn't call myself good at Spelunky 2, but it was fun. Game's hard. Actually, Spelunky 2 is one of the very few games I consistently describe as harder than Slay the Spire. It'd be great if you just modded out 90% of the game. Yeah, aka start over from scratch. Did I play and like Cobalt Core? Yes, we just got the ending in Cobalt Core this week, a couple days ago. When will Slay the Spire 3 come out? Slay the Spire is so good, how come there's not a Slay the Spire 2? I've seen some, and speaking of other games, Backpack Battles. I've watched a little bit of Backpack Battles. The core, like the backpack adjacency concept is cool, but I have zero interest in auto battlers collectively, so. We tried out Backpack Hero yesterday, which is very much in the same vein with the backpack mechanic, and I quite enjoyed that, although it feels like they could have done a little bit more with Backpack Hero. And yes, Jezdia, I think it's probably better that there isn't a Slay the Spire 2, because there's no way it would be a better game than the first one. So, I mean, the game could come out and we'd all just complain about it. Quite happy with the awesome game that we do have. When is Backpack Baylor coming out? Does Backpack Hero have a Spire Hero? Now I want to play more of it. And indeed, you'd be a fool to not want to see what else Mega Crit can do. They've already shown that they can make an extremely good deck builder. So I'm curious as to what other games they can make that might be interesting. And we know that they are working on a new project. They made a big deal of publicly dumping Unity and telling everybody that they were going to use Godot for their new project instead. So they are making something. They did make Dancing Duelists as a test run of the Godot engine, and that was pretty cool. They made that in just a few short weeks, and it you know, for a little demo project, it's pretty impressive. So it gives me hope that whatever they make next will be quite well executed. A dating sim featuring the Slay the Spire characters. Now you're talking, Zizzy. Now you're talking. Have I played Sunless Skies? No. I heard mixed things about Sunless Sea. Exceptional writing, less exceptional gameplay loop. And we played Cultist Simulator, which I believe is by the same developers. And that was a neat little experience. I found, again, that the writing was exceptional, the gameplay less so. Wheel spinning the game. Yeah, that was Cultist Simulator for me. How many plates can you keep spinning? And that can just come down to, like, creative differences. You know, artistically, sometimes those who are looking to create like a true experience or a true project will make decisions like, we deliberately try to recreate the tedium of real life because That's what this character is experiencing here, so I wanted to capture it in the gameplay, but that's not why people play games. Which is not to say that a game should never be frustrating, but deliberate frustration shouldn't get baked into the core gameplay loop of a title. That is kind of self-sabotaging. Off-season Cornbread says, what does a typical deck look like that could beat the heart but struggles against Act 3 elites? I would say you've got tons of really effective block, and then a bunch of powers or cards that slowly ramp up damage, but aren't that fast. So, for example, a silent deck with a lot of copies of Footwork and Noxious Fumes and Caltrops isn't going to be able to kill Giant Head before Giant Head starts swinging really hard. Isn't going to be able to handle Reptomancer very well, but might be able to stall and survive against the heart really well. Same with a lot of Defect setup and powers. Basically, it looks like a deck that's got too much setup and not enough front load to actually deal with the immediate threat the elites can put up. Especially Reptomancer. It's very, very easy to have a deck that wins against Heart but just dies to Reptomancer, or the Act 4 elites, which are even more often the hard stop point. I've shifted on to, this is, what is this? The Deadbolt OST. I'm going to switch over to frackin' Dust Force in a minute here. Actually take a short break before we do our proper presentation here. Cold Scream! Thanks for the Prime sub and the 2 months. Yeah, it's so wild that I have such a big community here. I can just spend an hour just reacting to Twitch chat. We've been talking about cool stuff the whole time. How does Giant Head move around it? It doesn't. You walk right up to it in the Spire, and it straight up asks you why you haven't moved on. But the Spire character knows no path other than forward, knows no method other than violence to get through the Spire. The honorable way. But you can use a smoke bomb to get away. That's right. What has the Giant Head ever done to us? It's ended plenty of our runs, that's for sure. Did I even pin that by accident? Didn't mean to do that. Are we the baddies? We're the Matthews, is what we are. All right, Twitch chat, I'm going to take a really quick bathroom break here, grab a little bit more water, and then it's time for our Mastery Challenge Retrospective. Let's see here. Take a look at this. How's this? I will be right back, Twitch chat. All right. Took me that long to master Defect Strike? It sure did. We'll take a look at that momentarily. Wait, I have to... Go back over here for a second. I gotta tweak one more thing. Our music. To do Dust Force, not this. Reset. Here you are. There we are. Okay. Welcome, one and all, to a retrospective of the Slay the Spire Mastery Challenge. This was the challenge that we embarked upon in the year of 2023 here on the channel, and it was a really, really, really fun time. So with this presentation, I'm going to be looking back on some numbers we gathered from the experience that was the Mastery Challenge, as well as talking about some subjective lessons that I feel like I learned, and answering some questions from the live chat here about just pretty much anything Spire related or Mastery Challenge related. Quick overview of the Mastery Challenge in case you managed to miss it. The idea for this came from Monster Train, but I adapted it for the game Slay the Spire. The challenge being use all of the different cards in the game to win. So across several hundred different runs, I mastered all 352 different cards that are in this game by winning, and I required that I had to have 2 copies of the card in the deck. So winning an Ascension 20 Heart Run with 2 or more copies of a particular card. And we did this for all 352 cards in the game, which you can see here on this really delightful artwork here that's actually in order. So from top left to bottom right are all 352 card arts in Slay the Spire in the order we mastered them, which is heckin' cool. So you can see that Echo Form and Claw and Seek were the first cards mastered, and there's Clumsy right in the bottom. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. So a delightful sort of full page of Spire arts. Awesome graphic there. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. So wait. So here's the full art without my face blocking. You can see all of them there. Masterfully done. Masterfully done. So what numbers did we gather during the Mastery Challenge here? We've got a PowerPoint style presentation with a bunch of cool graphs in it. Let's dive right in and talk about some stuff. So first of all, how long did it actually take to master all of the cards? Here we have a breakdown of the number of cards split across which character they belong to and how many were left over time. And actually, I really like how this comes out, because this nice sort of smooth downward curve here is sort of like an exponential decay almost. And it looks like you could probably match a best fit line to that pretty well overall, such that we were losing about half of the remaining cards every 2 months. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. You can visibly see on this that as we got further and further into the challenge, it became harder and harder to master successive cards. And if we look at the same graph here by rarity, splitting them up amongst the different categories rather than by the character, we can see that the common cards disappeared entirely by May. We got all of the common cards mastered, whereas the rares and uncommons were a lot trickier to nail down. You can barely see the specials and curses on this because there's so few of them to begin with, but they were present until, of course, the very, very end. Pretty cool graph. Now, the curvature of each one is a little bit exaggerated since they're stacked, but just you can very clearly see the total number of cards follows a pretty predictable decay over time, which is cool. So special cards in Slay the Spire are the Ascender's Bane, the Curse of the Bell, and the Event Colorless cards. So Ritual Dagger, Bites, Apparition, stuff like that. Jax. Necronomicurse, I believe, is a special card, according to this. Looking at the total number of runs I took each month, we can see that I kept a pretty even pace throughout the challenge, but then even though we mastered fewer cards towards the end of the challenge, I was doing more total runs of Slay the Spire, and that's when I started to abandon runs, was right at the very end. Not sure what we did in February. It looks like I abandoned 1 or 2 runs for whatever reason, but as I got later into the challenge, I decided to start abandoning runs in order to get the opportunity to play through more Act 1s, and that was very noticeable in October, the hunt for Red Clumsy. Yeah, we'll be talking about Relic Mastery. That's definitely coming up. So also kind of conveying how increasingly difficult it was to get masteries is how many failures we had between successful masteries. Here's a plot chart of that. So on the vertical axis, how many runs it took to get a mastery. Let's see, can I capture? That has got capture cursor on it. Okay. And then on the horizontal axis is the amount, as we went further into the challenge. So you can see the points get higher up on the vertical axis the further we get, with Clumsy being the way up there at the very end. Poor Clumsy, what is wrong with you? Why did it take so hecking long to get Clumsy? Yeah, it took almost 30 runs that did not master a card between Violence and Clumsy. So yeah, this is the number of runs between 2 masteries. Right at the beginning, it was pretty much just 1 every time. What if we look just at the basic cards, though? Somebody's asking, what about, did it really take that long to master Strike on Defect? Well, here's a timeline of how long it took to master all the basic cards. We got the really common ones. All the basic defends were done within a month. Watcher Strike was done very quickly. Ironclad Strike was done very quickly. We did Silent Strike mid-February, but wait, where's Defect Strike here? Well, it's way out here. It took until May to get Defect Strike. So yes, it did in fact take that long. But how many cards did we master on each successful run? So this also shows a sort of, again, very consistent curve of decline here. At the very beginning, each successful run was getting multiple cards, easy peasy, where we averaged more than 4 in January, more than 3 in February, but by the end of the challenge, each successful run, so this is counting runs that won, by the very end, each successful run was only getting a tiny fraction of a card on average. We had a lot of wins that didn't master any cards, and when we did get wins, it was only mastering 1 or maybe 2 cards. Excellent question. Timing by chat. What was the run with the most masteries and how many? I've got a graph for you. So, how many runs mastered different numbers of cards? We actually had two runs that mastered 9 cards at the same time. Those both occurred in the first month of the challenge. We had 2 runs get 8, 1 run that got 7, 6 that mastered 6, 8 that mastered 5, and then I'm really impressed by the other multiples. 15 runs got 4 masteries, 23 runs got 3 masteries, 31 runs got 2 masteries, and there were 63 winning runs that got no masteries. So 0 was actually the most common number for mastered cards in one run over the course of the whole challenge. So what were those actual masteries? We can view them by month. Again, the decline kind of followed. In January, we had a silent run master acrobatics, backflip, defend, deflect, discovery, endless agony, footwork, leg sweep, and tactician all at the same time. In February, we did accuracy, alchemize, backflip, blade dance, cloak and dagger, doppelganger, poison stab, and terror, also all in one silent run. In March, the best was 5 with darkness, genetic algorithm, recursion, self-repair, and skim. And then in the later months, it was only 4 or then 2 in June, Forethought and Thunderstrike. September and October only saw 1 with Hello World. And of course, the Clumsy being the only card we did during the Mastery Challenge of October. It was the last one. I think Hello World being this late into the challenge was a little bit of an outlier. I think we had some decent opportunities for Hello World leading up to it, but I just didn't take them, or they didn't work out. Did any of these masteries involve getting Pandora's Box? We'll be looking at sources of mastery, I think, soon also. I'm pretty sure that's in here. But let's look at our win rate over time real quick here. So here's our win rates across the different months of the challenge. Greens are wins, with the dark green being a mastery win and a light green being a non-mastery win. At the very beginning, we got pretty much entirely wins that resulted in masteries, and we were at about a 50% overall win rate. I had a really good May. I'm not sure what happened in May. We just did really well. And then as I get later into the challenge, you start to see more and more lost runs, partially because, again, we started to abandon runs, shown in dark red here, with regular losses being in light red. We had a lower total number of runs in May, and I think that does have something to do with it. Fatigue is real too, right? As you'd expect that if I play fewer runs for a given time frame, that we would see a higher percentage of victory. But overall, though, the win rate across the whole challenge was pretty close to 50% overall, which I'm very impressed by, because we had a lot of runs that were taking unoptimal cards in order to try to mastery those cards. And we can look at the per character win rate here. This one's plotted in 90-day intervals. So we can see that everyone started pretty close to each other, around 50%. And then as we went on, we got more wins with Ironclad and Watcher. I think that's as we started to have to choose cards specifically for mastery less around the middle of the challenge. And then towards the very end, of course, we nosedived our win rate, particularly on Ironclad and Watcher, because those were the 2 characters that we're hunting for, Clumsy. How many hours total for the Mastery Challenge? That's actually a good question. I don't think we put a number on that, but probably around 1,000, 1,500, I think is my guess. Lots of streaming. That's probably close to how much time we streamed this year. So, where did we actually get our card masteries from. We've got a couple ways that are breaking this down. So, most of our masteries came from combat rewards. We got some of them from shops, some from events, and some from relics, with relics, I think, by and large, being Dolly's Mirror. Dolly's Mirror, we'll see, shows up in the stats quite a bit, actually. It was definitely a major component of the Mastery Challenge because I required that duplicate nature for the cards. It makes sense that the relic that duplicates a card was so key here. Yeah, Niao was not the source of any of our curses, at least not for winning mastered runs. Although, it really depends on how you categorize it, right? Our clumsies came from cursed keys, so I guess that falls under relic here. Relic was the source of the clumsy, although Niao gave us the relic that gave us the curse. Let's look at a breakdown specifically of the events here. So specific events gave different masteries. Sensory Stone was, of course, responsible for so many of our colorless card masteries. That shouldn't be a surprise. You get to pick 3 colorless cards at once, made it easy to pick up duplicates, and many of our rare colorless cards were picked in this way. The Duplicator event looks like it got us 8 cards. Didn't find the Duplicator that much. It was really more Dolly's Mirror. Library got us a few. Of course, you would only see event character cards there, not colorless or curse. And then, not sure what event other actually entails here. Looks like we got lots of curses in event others, so that has to mean like stuff, the Mausoleum and the Warped Tongs and things like that. Treasure chests don't give curses. The cursed key gives curses, so that'll be from a relic, and I think we have relic sources broken down here. Yes. So we can see how many cards we got from each different relic, with Dolly's Mirror getting credit for 25 masteries, Pandora's Box getting credit for 16, Astrolabe getting credit for, looks like 8, and the Cursed Key got us 4. Pretty cool. Calling Bell got us 1. I wonder what that one was. How did Calling Bell give us a card mastery? Yes, the Curse of the Bell, of course, comes from the Calling Bell, so that had to give us 1 curse. All right, what else do we have to look at here? Oh yeah, so our most and least picked cards. A question I got asked before our presentation here was, what is your favorite card? And I kind of have an empirical answer to that for each of the different rarities across each of the different characters. This table was a little hard to get legible, so I do apologize if this looks like a visual mess, but I tried to clean it up pretty well. I think, at least of the commons, you don't see too much that's unsurprising here. Our most picked card across the 4 characters was Shrug It Off for Clad, Backflip for Silent, Hologram for Defect, and Cut Through Fate for Watcher. And you'll notice there's a theme here. 3 of these say block and draw a card, and one of them says deal damage and draw a card. And I think the common theme is that all of these are common cards that draw other cards. Card draw is pretty good. So you see a clear predilection towards card draw here. Other cards that we take a lot include essentially anything that's card manipulation or good block or energy gain. So True Grit, Pummel Strike, Headbutt on Ironclad, lots of acrobatics and piercing wails on Silent. Blade Dance is a major damage source. Lots of Cool Headeds and Turbos on Defect. Lots of Prostrates and Third Eyes on Watcher. Our least picked cards, Wild Strike for Ironclad, that shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. I'm surprised I had to take 5 of them though. Slice on Silent, I have fallen a little bit on Slice. Barrage on Defect. Maybe a bit more conditional than Defect's other commons. And Protect on Watcher. I feel like Watcher just has better block options, so I very rarely take a Protect, with some of the runner-ups being stuff like Pressure Points, Havoc, Quick Slash, Stack. These are cards I don't take very often. What about the uncommon cards, though? We've got a graph of these for each uncommon, common, and rare. Our uncommon cards, again, shouldn't be too many surprises here. Dark Embrace is my favorite Ironclad card. Surprise. With the second place, of course, being Feel No Pain. Then Second Wind and Disarm, which coincidentally go well with the other two. Whereas our least picked uncommon on Ironclad was Hemokinesis. I just don't take that self-damage very often. Which we took even less than Rampage and Metallicize and Sever Soul. Calc Gamble, Well-Laid Plans, Footwork, and Terror on Silent. That's probably not a surprise to anybody. With our least picked card being Distraction, also not too surprising. Defrag being number 1 on Defect, with Skim, Glacier, Equilibrium as the runners-up. All the premium block and card draw and retain is great stuff. Didn't take many auto shields, although that's partially because it's a card that's really bad in 2s. On Watcher, Talk to the Hand was our most common, uncommon card. Also, probably not really a surprise. It's one of the most takeable and spammable cards on the character, with Wallop, Rushdown, and Meditate as the runners-up. Also, no surprise there. My least favorite empirically Watcher card was Windmill Strike of the uncommons, with not too many concludes or signature moves either. All of those are attacks that have a serious downside to them, so it's not, well, maybe not Windmill Strike downside so much, but it's slow to get going, and that can make it really undesirable. Of the colorless cards, we took a lot of Dark Shackles, Madnesses, Panic Buttons, and Discoveries. We did not take Mind Blast any more than required. Alright, how about the rares? What are my favorite rare cards on each character? On Ironclad, again, surprise, surprise, it was Offering. We also had tons of Impervious, Corruption, and Reaper, with our least favorite being Berserk. We only took 5 of those. Notably, we took 5 Berserks, and the runner-ups were all double digits. That's how much I didn't like Berserk. Our favorite silent rare was Adrenaline, with lots of Malaise, Alchemize, and Burst also showing up. Least picked was Unload at 4. Didn't take any of the rare attacks on silent very much. Thousand Cuts and Glass Knife. Although we did take Die 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 a decent amount. Echo Form for Defect being number 1. It beat out Seek by quite a bit, actually. We took a lot of reboots and core surges, too. I'm surprised at 28 reboot. Our least picked up rare was Multicast, which we did take quite a few of. 44 Scrolls on Watcher, also lots of Omnis and Vaults. Devotion being third place at 25 versus 40 for Omni and Vault is pretty telling. The top 3 of Scrawl, Omniscience, Vault really are head and shoulders above the other Watcher rares. Blasphemy being my least picked rare, that's kind of surprising actually. We took it less than Alpha, Establishment, or Master Reality. And not too surprised by top card Apotheosis for the colorlesses either. The rares we didn't take that much are kind of what we didn't get offered. The data for this was all gathered by the Run History Plus mod in Slay the Spire, which creates run files that we can look at in aggregate. And yeah, this does include data from my losses. So, next up, I've got a look at our pick rates before and after Mastery. So, these numbers were arrived by looking at data from my 400 wins challenge in 2022 and comparing it to the data from essentially the second half of the Mastery challenge. Essentially, the idea was to identify cards that I picked more before I had achieved the Mastery condition in the challenge than I did afterwards. And I find that 2 kinds of cards stand out here in the data, which is interesting. It kind of shows a sampling bias too. And the 2 cards that I see appearing a lot on these lists are cards that I have started to take more because I think they're better than I used to think that they are. So cards I've adjusted my play around, and rare cards that I stopped picking because I was trying to master the other rare cards. And rare cards are usually offered in multiples. So it's kind of a mixed bag here. The cards that aren't rares, I think, show a predilection for for a higher pick rate from me. So Second Wind, we're going to talk more about Second Wind in this presentation. I think that's a card that I'm genuinely picking more often than I used to. And the same is true of Juggernaut and Dark Embrace. I'm picking even more than I used to. Whereas Berserk, Demon Form, Corruption, and Limit Break, I don't think my pick rates have changed that much. It's just that after I mastered them, I was trying to get the other rares. Let's take a quick look at Silent, Defect, and the others. So again, anything that's not a rare is something that I am probably taking a bit more. So we see that I'm taking Terror and the physical attacks on Silent more. Terror, Blade Dance, Die, Masterful Stab, Backstab are all in the plus here. And then cards that I'm taking less show up as well, notably Bouncing Flask, Crippling Cloud, Envenom, Wraith Form. Wraith Form is something I've just kind of created an aversion to. I don't think it's actually gotten worse. It's just that I've started to identify situations it's unnecessary, and I've started to pick to avoid it unless I do feel that it is necessary. And if I'm taking more of Terror and the physical damage cards on Silent, it's also natural that I take less poison cards. So I think that's what we're seeing here is over time, I'm losing preference for poison and gaining preference for Terror physical damage. What about Defect? On Defect, we see an increased predilection for Self-Repair and FTL and Storm. That's cool that I'm taking more Storms. And it makes sense that yes, Storm and Creative AI, both. Those are cards I'd say, in my opinion, has been going up. I'm taking less Cold Snaps, less Recycles, less Fission mistakenly labeled as uncommon here. Fusion is the uncommon. Fission is a rare. But the Seek, Bias Cog, and All for One, I think that's just because I was trying to master the other cards. But yeah, I'm not surprised to see Cold Snap drop off here. Just like I'm losing opinion of Poison on Silent, I'm kind of losing opinion of slower strategies on Defect, and Cold Snap as a cold orb source is oftentimes just a bit too slow. Maybe in the future we can, after another year of play, we can go back and compare again and see what's changed once more. All right, one more Watcher here. Pick rates before and after. We're picking more Talk to the Hands, picking more Foresights. I think this is definitely a card I've improved my opinion of. Foresight and Wheel Kick is also doing a lot of work for me. Whereas there's a lot less of pretty much everything else. The block cards, the draw cards, the meditate. Again, I think with the rares, we just really didn't take very many rares. Not surprised to see Blasphemy here, because we only took 5 of them during the Mastery Challenge. You can see in a couple of data points that we just straight up stopped taking cards once they were mastered. We didn't take Master Reality or Judgment one time after achieving Mastery. Didn't I recently say that double energy yields a surplus of unused energy? Yes, yeah. Oftentimes, if you can't use all the energy that double energy makes, then what is it actually doing? What is it actually doing? And I think I skipped the colorless here. What do we got here? No, we do have data on the colorless. And the colorless really shows that. The colorless shows a lot of cards that I just stopped taking entirely once we achieved Mastery, like a lot of the rare colorless cards. Transmutation, Chrysalis, Mind Blast, Mayhem are all at 0% after. But we did end up taking more Apotheoses, more Flash of Steels, more Secret Weapons, more Bandage Up, more Panaceas. These are all cards I'm seeing a little bit more use for these days. Let's see. Next up, I think I have data on the first card that we picked. Did I keep those? Yes. So here, this chart is the average floor that we reached based on what our first card was. And I think this one's pretty cool. Highlighted, or bolded rather, are cards with really high average floors when they're taken as the first pick. So we see a very high performance for first pick on Ironclad of Uppercut. All the traditionally good cards, or especially cards that do a lot just on their own. Really high success rates for Uppercut, Blood for Blood, Shrug It Off, Battle Trance, Power Through. And then some hilarious ones that only have a single data point that got pretty far, like the first pick Burning Pack that worked out. It's kind of funny, but I think it's got a 1 for the number of times. You don't really have enough information. So the higher up they are in bold, the more impactful. Is there anything that really looked like it sucked overall? Yeah. Clothesline reached an average floor of 27 if it was the first pick. And I think people who've watched the channel for a long time know that I'm not very happy with Clothesline usually. Yeah, Clash here, 57. Clash best card. We're going to see a couple of other data points in this presentation where there's one run that won and then it had a thing, but that's the only representation the thing gets. So it looks OP, even though it's not. Spoilers. On Silent, we have a similar chart here. Notably, well-laid plans and Catalyst standing out. Apparently, I took Catalyst as a first card 5 times, and it worked out every time. What the heck was going on there? I'm not sure. Bouncing Flask is... Even though our Bouncing Flask pick rate worked out poorly, Bouncing Flask as a first card had a very high success rate. And likewise, Accuracy first pick, also very high success rate. So maybe the Catalyst and Accuracy first card are actually correct, and I just got to try it more. Always take the floor 1 combo cards. I like Infinite Blades at 1 as well. What is the lowest performer here? Bad performance from Bane, not too surprised by that. Bad performance from Deadly Poison overall, 39. Very bad performance from Piercing Whale. It's not a very good floor 1 card. Pretty bad performance from Fumes as well. Interesting. Let's look at Defect. Defect had a lot of success with Compile Driver, across 10 runs no less. Very good performance from Chill. Very good performance from Bias Cog as the first card, no surprise there. I think something you'll see in this data set actually is that if your first card was a rare card, you probably had a good time. Very low performance from first card Scrape. First card Rainbow only got to 13, maybe not that rare card. First card Consume did not get very far. But I like that Auto Shields made it to all the way both times. Not a lot of runs with enough representation here. As for the Watcher, Wallop performed very well. Prostrate, Talk to the Hand, and Wheel Kick performed very well. Rushdown, of course, performed very well. Cards that perform poorly, Pressure Points seems to have the lowest average here. Although not as bad as that one run with Fear No Evil where I died on floor 10. That seems like an outlier of sorts. There's definitely going to be some runs in here that were really quick losses. Like I just kind of played through the middle of Act 1 and died because I was trying to get to the next run for a new boss swap or something. But I do believe this doesn't include the abandoned runs, at least. Okay, so one question that got asked earlier in the presentation is how many tries did it take to master certain cards? And here we have a breakdown of what cards took the most attempts overall to actually successfully master. So attempts being... I'm not sure what counts as an attempt for Defect Strike. That just might be counting all of the runs where we died with 2 or more Defect Strikes. So I'm not sure I would include that one. But yeah, Dagger Spray took 9 attempts. And that's with us turning down Dagger Spray no times. It also took us a lot of tries to get Scrape, Reboot, Disarm of all things. I don't know why that one was hard. Flying Knee is not surprising. Fission. You don't want to have 2 Fissions. Shrug It Off. Didn't do all that well the first couple times. Some of these are definitely cards that I consider underperformers, particularly Dagger Spray. My opinion on Dagger Spray dropped a lot because of this performance. Scrape, Flying Knee are all pretty bad cards overall. Thunderclap, I'm not too surprised this was multiple tries. But I am surprised to see Blade Dance here. Why is Blade Dance here? Let's see, did I include how many cards we turned down? Yes, these are the cards I most frequently decided I did not want a second copy of. Although we actually did not decline the second copy of an unmastered card very often. You can see the most was ever 3 here. But I repeatedly told the game, no, I don't want more Sucker Punches. No, I don't want more Self-Repairs. No, I don't want another Body Slam. And I think apparently all the uppercuts came from one run. There's just one run where I got offered 3 uppercuts that I didn't want. Overall, though, as you can see, I didn't repeatedly decline cards that I already had 1 copy of. I think our next slide is looking at a comparison. Yeah, what did we do during the Mastery Challenge with our money before and after the Mastery Challenge? So here in blue, we have data from the 400 wins challenge in 2022. Here in yellow, data from the Slay the Spire Mastery Challenge. And what this shows us is that, on average, during the Mastery Challenge, I purchased more cards. That shouldn't be a surprise. I removed fewer cards, because I was buying more cards. I purchased approximately the same number of potions, on average, almost 1 per run. Didn't realize I bought potions that often. And I bought slightly more relics during the Mastery Challenge, which mostly seems to be because of one run where I bought 15 relics. If looking at the data here. I bought 15 relics in one run? Wow. We were also buying more Dolly's Mirrors, that's true. Oh, that was the Nightmare Wish run? I forgot that was part of the Mastery Challenge. Yes, that makes sense. That was the Nightmare Wish run where we generated infinite money. Alright, well that's skewing the data. That's great. That's great. Yeah, I forgot about that. That's great. And now it's time for some of my favorite charts in this presentation. How well did certain relics perform during the Mastery Challenge? We set out to get a win with each and every relic, so that means every relic in the game does get representation on the stats here. And I've broken these down by character. So here's a little plot chart for you. I'm not quite. I gotta shrink my face down slightly. Let's shrink. Gotta look pretty. It's gotta look pretty. So, this is a plot of win rate versus how many times we had the relic. And I think the quick way to interpret this is the closer a relic is to the top right, the better it is overall. And the closer it is to the bottom left, the worse it is overall. Where Birdface and Cleric Face did not do well on Ironclad. We lost with the Cleric Face 2 times. It's a shame. And we never lost, apparently, with Busted Crown or a whole bunch of other things. The Dolly's Mirror, the Ice Cream, the Old Coin, the Shovel, the Guria. Can be hard to see all the relics as some are on top of each other here. Note the dashed line in the middle representing the win rate on Ironclad. Let's see, can you spot Burning Blood here? No, I don't think the starter relics are on the... You're 50% on the left. The left? No, that's... I see Black Blood, yeah. I don't think the starter relic is on this one, but it's on the overall win rate chart. It would be the max number picked, of course, right? Because basically all the runs would have it. So speaking of in the top right, you see a lot of the relics that are very common and very good. The better common relics. So we see the sort of traditionally considered good common relics: Centennial Puzzle, Bag of Marbles, Anchor, Bronze Scales, Toy Ornithopter, Nunchaku, Bag of Prep. Runic Pyramid, not that high for the Clad, but pretty good. We'll see more of Runic Pyramid in the other classes here. Speaking of, let's look at Silent now. We'll see a different performance for each of the relics. Look at Kunai just standing out dramatically from the rest on Silent. Happy Flower also performing exceedingly well. I like all the relics there at 100%. 100% Cauldron win rate, 100% Hand Drill win rate. But yeah, I guess the saying Kunai GG is real for a reason, huh? That is an impressive showing from the Kunai. And you'll also see Runic Pyramid extremely high up, although we didn't take that many on Silent, apparently. Although not as high as Frozen Eye. Frozen Eye better than Pyramid is a pretty impressive statement also. Meanwhile, we got no Snecko Eye victories on Silent, apparently. That's kind of heartbreaking. Truly a shame. How about Defect? On Defect, you see a... Look at that, again, standout of Bag of Prep, just kind of on its own there. Also a very strong showing for the Data Disc and the Runic Pyramid. With some more funny 100%. 100% Busted Crown, 100% Mark of the Bloom win rate. Poor Cultist Face at the bottom. And Prismatic Shard. We never won a Prismatic Shard Defect run. It's a true shame. 100% Letter Opener on Defect is pretty cool. I really like the Letter Opener as a relic. It's neat to see it performing so well. But there were a few relics that did not do very well. Very notably, the Inserter is probably the relic that performed the poorest with the most picks. We tried a lot of Inserter runs, but few of them worked out. Yeah, good argument for calling Defect the upgrade character, seeing the Fusion Hammer here at 0 wins out of 5. Lastly, the Watcher. Watcher did have a higher base win rate. Look at that. Look at the difference between the blue line and the purple line here. Oof. So Watcher having a much higher base win rate. You see a much higher plot overall. The relics are just higher spaced on average. And some of the Watcher-specific relics worked out really well. I like the very high win rate observed for both Goldeneye and the Prismatic Shard. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Also, again, high performance for Bag of Prep, high performance for Runic Pyramid. Gremlin Horn and Incense Burner doing very well, too. Those are some of the better ones. There's definitely a lot to dig into. And then we can look at a sort of combined win rate chart for all of the 4 characters. Here. Here's our relic win rate, averaged across all the 4 characters. Hand Drill, very clearly the best relic in the game, but I think this is a good job of showing the relics that are good across multiple characters or just very strong in general. So you can really see when you combine all 4, you can see Runic Pyramid standing head and shoulders above all of the other boss relics, really. You can see Bag of Preparation being the big standout for the common relics. We do have the starter relics plotted on this one, but I think it's actually misleading. Note you see the Burning Blood being a much higher win rate than the red line for Ironclad. Burning Blood being on the far right here. Kind of on the dotted Watcher purple line. You might be inclined to think that that means that Boss Swap is a bad option on Ironclad, but what this means to me is that I was trying to find Curse Key, so I was boss swapping on Clad, and I didn't care if the one run if I didn't have a Curse Key. So we did a lot of boss swaps towards the end of the challenge that would have functionally boosted the win rate of Burning Blood by virtue of adding a lot of losses that didn't have Burning Blood. So I think there's some misleading stats here. Across the entire presentation, we're going to notice a trend of things that are real trends paired with things that are standing out because of a sampling bias. Like, for example, the change in card pick percentage was a mixture of those two. Interpreting stats is very hard. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. So a few more thoughts here. This was a lot of the sort of analytical, objective data that we got from our Mastery Challenge, but what about some of the subjective data? How do I personally feel about the Mastery Challenge overall? And I would say that it's a pretty good success. Pretty big success. Across the challenge, I noticed my opinion of several cards kind of changing in part because of how they were performing for me, or because I noticed my playstyle evolving. And I picked out some cards that I think my opinion of is dropping. For Ironclad, Sword Boomerang is falling further and further in my opinion. The fact that it hits random targets is a serious downside in fights where you normally need it. And though it gives you good damage efficiency if you have strength, in exchange, the base damage is sufficiently low and the random targeting is sufficiently bad that I find myself avoiding that card more and more. Carnage, meanwhile, I don't say Carnage is a bad card necessarily, but I'm feeling less and less like Carnage is the star of the show on Ironclad. There are plenty of other powerful attacks that can serve a similar job, and so I'm not as inclined to jump at the opportunity to take a Carnage as I used to be. It works just fine, but I'm almost happier with an Uppercut, or an Immolate, or a Fiend Fire, or 2 Pommel Strikes. There's definitely a lot of better attack options, but it's perfectly fine. Does great damage for the energy. The fact that it exhausts is an upside in the later game, but can be a downside in the early game, causing uncomfortable situations against Lagavulin and Guardian in particular, where you have to play the Carnage so that you don't lose it, but you need to block on the turn, and you can't do both. Deadly Poison and Dagger Spray on Silent. We talked about Dagger Spray and why I don't think it's all that good. Ultimately, it's just not quite enough damage, as Silent does not have very many good ways to scale up the damage of Dagger Spray, and does have other better ways to do area damage, like Die, or all-out attack, or various powers. Deadly Poison, meanwhile, is declining in part because of an overall loss of opinion of poison. I'm starting to realize more and more opportunities where you can use terror and physical attacks like Blade Dance to deal tons of damage, and it's meaning that I'm starting to see poison as just a bit too slow sometimes. Is Poison Stab a better Deadly Poison? Sometimes. It offers more upfront damage, which makes it more useful in the short-term game, while still providing some utility later on. Deadly Poison doesn't scale Kunai. Yeah, exactly. So why is Electrodynamics here on this page? I think Electrodynamics is a powerful card, letting you deal lots of damage to multi-enemy fights, which is something the Defect can really struggle with. But it's also a card I've come to see as a liability in certain fights. Very crucially, it makes the Awakened one angry, which is not really any help at all. It's kind of a win and a loss in that fight. You need it for the cultists, but if you play it, the boss is angrier, so you end up in this situation where you either don't play your AoE card, and then the minions kill you, or you do play your AoE card, and then the boss kills you. And I also consider it a liability in the heart fight, where it's just 2 energy, channel 2 lightning, when you really need to be setting up something more impactful during the heart fight as Defect. So it really ends up being just kind of dead weight in one of the most dangerous fights in the game for that character. It's pretty unacceptable for that reason. And again, not to say that Electro is a bad card or that you shouldn't pick Electro, it's just that I think of it as less good than I used to. And that's also the case for Battle Hymn and Wish, which are perfectly fine cards on Watcher, but have serious downsides to them. With Battle Hymn, it's the waiting period. You get 1 smite per turn, which can really solve the early game, but it comes as a double-edged sword. Later in the game, these smites can really clog your hands if you don't have enough energy generation and can provide a real problem. It's also yet another power, which can cause problems because it has no impact on the turn you play it. So it can contribute to sort of disaster draws. And oftentimes there's just better ways to get the damage you need quickly, like having a cut-through fade or 2. Wish is similarly a little difficult to justify. It's a big, heavy card, 3 energy plus a card draw. You sort of have to carry around a curse for a long time. And the payoff here is money that you can eventually use to buy either more card removes or more relics would be the usual things I would consider that you're getting out of Wish. Although it does have the option to be scaling in important fights. You can play Wish for strength in a boss fight or for some plated armor in a key fight. It often fails to provide enough relative to what you're actually costing, such that I feel like you can just exclude the Wish, be a little bit more efficient with your cards, and have a similar performance. Yeah, definitely a win more card in a game that definitely discourages you from winning more a lot of the time. Spire is a win exactly enough game a lot of the time. Way too often just a 3-mana Inflame plus. But if you can use the gold effectively, it can do some really good things. So if you have Courier, for example, it can be worth picking up a Wish. If you have Membership Card, it can be worth picking up a Wish. But if you don't have those things, I wouldn't recommend it. It's just so hard to pay 3 energy and the card draw. Possibly repeatedly pay the card draw because you couldn't pay the 3 energy the first time. What cards, in my opinion of, go up on? Well, here's some cards. I thought more highly of pretty much all of these as a result of the Mastery Challenge. Some of these for different reasons than others. I'm also, again, not saying that all of these are necessarily good cards. I'm just saying that I think more highly of them now than I used to. Of the Ironclad commons, we're talking Heavy Blade and Iron Wave. Why? Well, Heavy Blade's going up for the exact reasons that Sword Boomerang is going down. Heavy Blade offers that efficient trading of strength into damage, but does it in the acceptable method of a 2-cost card. It's a bit more dense and compact, which is useful in the late game. You have to spend less draws on it. It can be your 1 attack card in a 30-card deck, and it can work really well. It does enough upfront damage. It's better than playing 2 strikes, and that's adequate in Act 1. But crucially, you get to choose where that damage is going, so you can use Heavy Blade to target a particular enemy, which is so important. Iron Wave is getting an increase because of its overall Act 1 performance. You get 5 block, 5 damage for 1 energy. That is pretty efficient. And it can scale from both strength and dexterity, which makes Iron Wave good with relics that Ironclad struggles to use well, like the Ornamental Fan, the Kunai, and the Shuriken. I'm starting to recognize Juggernaut as a really good way to deal damage in certain decks. It's certainly not a card I'd say I take often, but when I take it, I'm really starting to appreciate just how much damage it can do. You like Juggernaut in decks that are getting a small amount of block many, many times, and one of the perfect ways to do that is, well, actually the cards on either side of it are perfect here. Iron Wave is an attack that blocks, making Juggernaut excellent in a deck with 1 or more of those. But more relevantly, Second Wind lets you exhaust many cards. You get an individual stack of block for each one, and that will activate Juggernaut once for each time. Second Wind overall I've found to be an incredibly strong card. In the past, I used to think that there was some requirements before you pick up a Second Wind, but now I'm increasingly finding that you can just take the first Second Wind that you see, and it's almost always going to turn into a powerhouse as the run goes on. The more cards you have in your hand, the better Second Wind becomes, allowing you to block a massive amount for 1 energy, while also deleting non-attack cards from your hand, which can be a double benefit if you're getting rid of stinky defends or status cards or curses. And then you can double dip off that with effects like Feel No Pain, Juggernaut, and Dark Embrace. It's just a really, really powerful card overall, and one of Ironclad's big combo pieces. So more and more I'm thinking Second Wind and also its counterpart Power Through are just worth taking essentially at first opportunity. And as a player, take more Dark Embraces, Second Wind also becomes better too. As for silent cards, I'm getting a higher and higher opinion these days of Backflip. I used to feel more strongly towards Acrobatics for its ability to draw more cards, but Backflip is providing a very efficient package deal in that you're getting card draw and block at the same time for your energy. So you get to see more cards and you're not wasting energy effectively. Big problem with Acrobatics is that if you, especially in Act 1, if you play Acrobatics, Sure, you can look at 8 cards total, but you only have 2 energy left, and you can't do a whole lot with 2 energy if you spent one of the energies of your turn already just drawing and doing nothing else. So Backflip and any other card that both does something and draws a card, see Sweeping Beam also here for the same reason effectively. Yeah, it's just really nice to have commons that draw cards so that you can overall cycle through your deck more quickly, so you can get to key cards more quickly, stuff like that. Alchemize, meanwhile, this is a card I already thought was plenty good. I think it's even better than I thought, basically, because of how strong it is to be able to generate potions. Even if you have full potions, discarding your worst potion and making a new random potion is really good. And that's very strong. Being able to fish for things like of course, Ghost in a Jar is usually the big payoff from Alchemize. But even just having consistent value, being able to play 1 potion per combat, really, really strong. I don't think I considered Alchemize the best card in the game before the challenge. I would argue that it is now, though, certainly. As a general trend of card draw valuing increasing, that's what we're seeing with Heatsinks here. I value Heatsinks more because I value card draw more. Heatsinks is weird because it's one-time card draw, or at least, you know, as long as you have powers, you can keep drawing. And I've really come to appreciate Heatsinks plus Creative AI as a draw engine. You have to spend energy on the power, but you're getting scaling per turn and draw per turn from that combo, which is really cool. As for Watcher cards, Alpha was a card I hadn't seen a lot of use for before, but I feel like being forced to use it for the Mastery Challenge, we got a couple of really cool runs that involved Alpha, and I'm now recognizing it as, although not often as efficient as just using attacks on Watcher, it can be a specific solve to specific fights, such as Act 2 bosses, especially. If you've got a Watcher deck that's not able to beat Collector or Bronze Automaton, simply having an Alpha to put into play in those fights can be a game changer. This is not a card you have to or should expect to play its full sequence in every combat. You have to pay 6 total energy to get Omega down for 50 damage per turn. But in the big fights that have a lot of enemy hit points for you to deal with, just including 1 card can make such a big swing. And overall, I'd say I've gained appreciation for cards that do a lot with only 1 card. Creative AI on Defect and Demon Form on Ironclad could arguably be on this page as well for a similar reason, in that they offer you a lot of scaling for only 1 card. Swivel, meanwhile, just kind of an efficient card. It saves you energy and it blocks up front pretty well. As long as you have at least a couple of 2-cost attacks in your Watcher deck, it's well worth picking up. And I think I'm appreciating Swivel more now that I'm picking... I also saw an uptick in the stats on Wheel Kick and Ragnarok, and I think those are directly related. As I take more Wheel Kicks and more Ragnaroks, Swivel starts to look like a better and better block card. And nowadays, I feel like it's a really good option. It's often 8 block for effectively free, or sometimes 8 block and to generate energy. Lastly, Omniscience is a Watcher card that duplicates a card in the draw pile. Definitely a strong card. My opinion of it has gone up in that I think you can just take it at the start of a run, and it works out pretty well usually. You'd think of Omniscience as a really big, heavy card, kind of like Nightmare, but because you get to look at the entire draw pile to choose a target, and you double the card in question, it's so easy to get the full 4 energy value out of this card by doing something like duplicating a Wheel Kick, or duplicating a power, or duplicating really anything that you need. As long as you have it in your hand and you can play it, you can probably solve whatever you're looking at. And then once you have that first Omniscience, more Omnisciences become better and better, because you can use Omnisciences to target other Omnisciences. So it's a self-synergizing card, and essentially I'm feeling like the entry point to this card is getting lower and lower. You can grab it as early as you see it, and it's very likely to work out. And the earlier you have it, the more likely you are to find more of them, right? So that just being able to pick it earlier makes it stronger. I think that's overall something I'm starting to hone in on is the quote-unquote late game cards that you're allowed to take early. And we're seeing a lot of that with Dark Embrace on Ironclad especially. Okay, so those are the cards that my opinion changed on. What do I feel about the challenge overall? Like, what did we learn? What did we gain? Ultimately, I would say that I set out on this Slay the Spire Mastery Challenge as an attempt to keep Spire fun for myself. I wanted to switch up my decision-making on purpose. I wanted to switch up the criteria by which I was judging a run's success on purpose in order to create new experiences for myself that I considered fun. And by that metric, I would say this challenge was a huge success. There were a lot of runs that were totally unique that we had because of the constraints of the Mastery Challenge, and those were very fun, very memorable moments, with, of course, my favorite one being the Necronomicurse run. We got 2 Necronomicurses, and then after getting both of them, we found the relics that made them strong, and we were able to win from that position. That run would not have happened, would not have been possible without the Mastery Challenge essentially dictating that I duplicate the Necronomicurse. And that will forever sit in my memory as an awesome moment created from the Mastery Challenge. So, total success for fun. Did the Mastery Challenge make me a better player? Unclear, actually. I think I got some bad habits from the Mastery Challenge that I might have to shake off. And that's part of the new challenge we're setting with a 20 win streak for each character, is to sort of undo the bad habits that I did learn. But I also feel like I gained some useful skills, and something that I came up with as a concept as a result of the Mastery Challenge is what I call curse tolerance. Basically, how many useless cards can your deck contain and still function successfully through the Spire? On A20, every deck has at least a curse tolerance of 1. You have Ascender's Bane. That's a curse, a dead draw you're always going to have in every run, no matter what you do. And you have to win despite that. So you can tolerate that curse. But you can also tolerate more than that curse if you have certain factors. And I think the biggest thing that impacts your curse tolerance on a run is your base card draw per turn. How many different cards do you look at each turn? So that gives a larger curse tolerance to a run with Snecko especially, but powers that draw each turn, like Brutality or Tools of the Trade or Machine Learning, can also improve your curse tolerance, because they make it less likely that you draw a hand that does nothing effectively if you don't draw any useful block or powers or damage or whatever on a turn, because you just got Strike, Defend, Ascender's Bane, Parasite. And any sort of card draw improves your curse tolerance, right? Per hand card draw, I think, is some of the strongest, but any kind of card draw works. So Pummel Strikes, Shrugs, Bag of Prep, all of that improves your ability to have curses. And that means that the more card draw I have, the more likely I am to take a curse for an upside of some kind. Which means I'm seeing more opportunities to take the curse from, for example, the Mausoleum in Act 2 to get a relic. But yeah, card draw being good in a deck builder, what a shocker. What a shocker. So that's about all I have here. I mean, this took almost, we're actually at over an hour here, so it's been plenty of stats and reflection and presentation. I do now want to open up questions to the audience. What do you want to know about the Mastery Challenge or Spire in general, to those of you who are here in the live chat? Ask me anything here, and I'll spend a few minutes answering questions. Did I do these data visualizations myself? No. Special thanks to Asuki, Ori Pixels, Grahama, and Faley for helping me put together the data and visualizations in this presentation. I did not do this myself, although I did some tweaking and editing. By and large, this presentation was put together by those 4 that you see listed there, many of who are here in chat right now. I see Asuki. Thank you so much for your work on this. Bailey, if you're here, a big thank you to you for the overall organization. Here's Ori. Thank you as well. But yeah, thank you. Thank you all for helping make this possible. It's so cool to be able to get additional sets of eyes. Philly has no internet, otherwise they'd be here. Oh no, what a bummer. It's a bummer, Philly. All right, let me catch some of the other questions from the audience here. Does the +1 draw of Sweeping Beam really put it that much ahead of a card like Dagger Spray? Yes. Yes, it does, actually. And that's part of what my opinion shifting on Sweeping Beam is all about, is that one card draw, yes, actually does make that big of an impact. And on Defect, it matters even more because you're often trying to do something like Hologram or Rebound the Sweeping Beam. And that means you get to draw again, which is, yeah, it's pretty strong. It's pretty strong. Kyle Rotha says, I was surprised with the low Golden Idol win rate. Do I think the event is more punishing than it seems? Partially. I think Golden Idol is also giving you an immediate downside for a long-term upside, and usually you don't want that in Spire. You want the immediate upside. So if you're comparing runs that got Golden Idol, you know, think about what else you got if you didn't get the Golden Idol. You got the Living Wall. You get to remove Transformer Upgrade. That's way better than Golden Idol. You got to fight the 3 Mushroom guys. That's probably better. You get a Relic and a card reward and money. So what's next after the Mastery Challenge? That would be the Grand Mastery Challenge, aka get a 20 streak with each of the 4 characters. That's my goal for 2024 and beyond. Can I string together victories using the techniques I've learned and the feel I've gotten for each of the characters to just consistently perform? Now that I've spent almost a year playing kind of wacky style, I almost want to go back to just find a way to win. The Mastery Tracking mod was created by community member BE. Someone in chat asks who created the Mastery Tracking mod. BE made that unprompted. I did not ask for the creation of that mod. It was just offered to me as a, hey, I see you're doing a challenge. Would you like a visual aid? And then there was a very surprise credits cutscene at the end that was very cool, made to an awesome moment with the clumsy mastery at the very end. So a big shout out to BE for making the Mastery mod, and I see B's here right now, too. Do I like Slay the Spire? I sure do. Chat member Steve LNB asks, can I name 1 or more bad habits that I think I picked up during the Mastery Challenge? I think I picked up a bad habit of going to too many event nodes, not getting enough card rewards, not spending enough fights. I think the number of card rewards you look at during a run is a really important indicator for a run's success. The more cards you can find, the more synergies you can build, the more consistently you can get offered certain cards. So I think I'll have to take fewer events as we go into trying to get a higher win rate. I think I also probably started playing too aggressively towards the end, taking too many elites too early, because I was trying to get a strong run to start. Deadly Smile in chat says, seeing how valuable Bag of Preparation is, do I think boss swapping on Silent is worse as a result? Yes. I have not had a lot of success with Silent boss swap for the most part. Subjectively, I find it frustrating to not have those 2 cards on turn 1, as I feel like I'm getting hosed on the initial draw pretty often. It can work out well for Silent. Silent's also an energy-hungry character, so she really does like having an extra boss relic. But I really don't like giving up that 2 draw. All of the run data that was used for this, you can see all my run histories on the website, balalord.tv. I don't know if that has all of the information you'd need for the graphs and such, though. Oh yeah, why did I put Clumsy in the opinion down? I meant to talk about this more. This card, because this card is too hard to heckin' get, man. We spent almost 2 months looking for just Clumsy, and it started to drag on towards the end. So I actually mentioned the Mastery Challenge being a huge success in terms of fun. That's true for most of it. But I think the very tail end, with particularly Clumsy, and maybe a couple of other cards like Violence, they started to wear a little bit thin, just trying to essentially grind seeds to find one that was going to let me get the card I needed. So it kind of fell apart at the end there, and Clumsy was way too hard to track down. Stinky Clumsy. But yeah, overall, really, really fun time. Sleepy Balrog in chat asking about Minimalist. I do have a video guide on that one. I do think that the Minimalist achievement is one of the hardest ones to get in Slay the Spire, definitely. Running with 5 cards is very tough. Oisola says, what are my thoughts on the RNG Fix mod? I did not use it during the Mastery Challenge. I am using RNG Fix now. RNG Fix removes what's called correlated randomness from the game. Basically, RNG outcomes that happen together in patterns in a way that allows the player to predict random values that are coming up, such as the contents of an event room. This is information the player is fundamentally not supposed to have access to, is my opinion, from the game design perspective. These things should be truly random, like what's in a question mark room. You shouldn't be able to know that ahead of time. And I like that the RNG Fix mod effectively fixes that. It removes your ability to cheat information out of the game by using meta-knowledge. And that meta-knowledge is what I consider a cognitive hazard. Once you're aware of how these things show in patterns, you can't unlearn it, and you can't ignore the impact on your run. Did this crazy MF actually do it? We did. We did. The single most surprising fact or statistic I found during the retrospective. I was really surprised, actually, that Blasphemy was our least picked Watcher card. Consider that a pretty good card. 1059 says, how did I compensate for having 2 copies of a garbage card in the deck and turn those runs into wins? It's partially that concept I came up with called curse tolerance, essentially by having a lot of cards total, by having a lot of card draw, and by having really powerful cards, such that, let's say you draw 7 cards on your turn, you play the 3 best cards. As long as those 3 cards are good enough, that'll let you win, no matter how bad the bad cards are. We did not have a slide for cards that got mastered multiple times. I did not end up compiling that one. Seems like an oversight, but there was so much to talk about. I did cut a number of slides that either had information that wasn't quite presented cleanly enough, or I felt like was going to overstay its welcome here. I didn't want this video to get too long. How would I balance the game having finished the challenge? I feel like the game is very, very well balanced overall. There's maybe some relics I would tweak. For example, I think you could make Pocket Watch draw 1 fewer relic. But overall, I think the game is exceptionally well balanced. There's not too much I would tweak. Can we do it again with 3 cards? I think that would take a very long time. Danny Boy says, do you feel like having bad cards causes you to lose health continuously? Or is it 1 or 2 detrimental brick draws that kill a run? You can think of it as like a bell curve. Having bad cards in the deck has a low chance to do nothing to you, a low chance to just instantly kill you, and a very good chance to consistently chip away health. So it really does depend on the exact draw orders that you get, exactly when those cards show up. If you bottom draw the curse every time, it might not have really any impact. But if it shows up on turn 1 every fight, it could really, really, really hurt you. So a curse of the bell curve, I suppose. What makes Spire so replayable, fundamentally? Simple mechanics executed cleanly that have incredibly complicated interactions and create exceedingly large, essentially like interaction matrices. You've got about 200 relics in the game, but you get a different random selection of 15 to 20 of those each run, resulting in millions and millions of different relic combinations that you can have, resulting in millions and millions of different contexts to make card decisions from. That's one of the many things that makes Spire very replayable. Will this be on the exam? Yes. Would I ever do a mastery for the Downfall mod? I mean, there's so many cards in the Downfall mod that even if I made it just one copy of the card, I think it would be a onerous task. So I don't think I would ever do mastery of Downfall. Although I could see somebody else doing that as a fun challenge for themselves. Will I ever take another heel hook? Maybe. Will I ever take another Wild Strike? No. Although that's not quite true. We almost took Wild Strike on a stream recently. After first picking Fire Breathing. How do I evaluate taking short-term risks for long-term power versus playing it safe? It's often a gut decision. That one comes with experience for me. I don't really have a metric or calculation I do. I think there are some cards. Oddity asks for the bad cards. Was getting them too early a positive or a negative for your ability to win with them? I think a negative, and I think that's what we saw happen with Dagger Spray a lot of the time. I picked up 2 Dagger Sprays really early when I didn't need 2 Dagger Sprays, and we didn't get very far as a result. If I added a second card with the keyword Mark, what would it do? It would add Mark to all enemies for 2 energy. Be like the shockwave of Mark. Mark Wave. My most hated enemy in the game is Awakened One. The fight takes too damn long. I did not have a slide on relics that changed, in my opinion. Don't feel like my opinion on relics changed too much. And I think that's because you're not often making a choice of which relic to take beyond boss relics. You just get them or you don't get them. All right, that's a good batch of questions. I think I'll wrap it up here, actually. This has been a exceptionally long video as it is. So I want to say a big thank you for watching this breakdown of our Mastery Challenge, the year of 2023, and all this Spire content that we made. It was tremendously fun to do this challenge, and I think we found some pretty cool things along the way. Again, that Necronomicon run will stand out forever as an amazing piece of content that wouldn't have been possible without this, and that's just one of many runs that happened. Do expect to catch this on the YouTube. In fact, I expect many of you are watching it on the YouTube right now. That's for future you, not for current you. Twitch chat, just to be clear. And again, another thank you to Asuki, Oripixel, Grahama, and Faley for putting together this presentation, collecting all the data, and making it visual for everybody. Thank you so much for watching. Well, Twitch chat, there was our retrospective on the Mastery Challenge. I had a great time, like I said, with that challenge, and I had a great time presenting that. Let me just make a marker here. If you like that video, watch this one next. That's right. So, next up, we are going to play some Spire. I am not going to play Ironclad, though. We're going to be playing some Defect to start, because I missed the Defect. We get a Retrospective on the Retrospective. Mid out of 10. Smash that like button. Let's see. There were a couple other questions that got asked that I didn't think were appropriate for the video, but I did want to acknowledge. Okay, so Ori said, I asked about total playtime earlier. Assuming I have it right, I have 800 hours for the 400 challenge, 407 hours for the Mastery challenge. We did 650 runs for the 400 challenge, 400 runs for the Mastery challenge. It's pretty cool. About 400 runs for 352 cards. That's cool. Deathrow says, watching all these clad runs, I'm much more comfortable just watching you exhaust everything and knowing it will all be fine. That's right. We didn't need those stinky cards anyway. Haven't quite figured out what I'm going to do with the YouTube during the Grand Mastery Challenge Nero Z. We are going to occasionally play off-character runs like I'm about to, that can yield highlights for the YouTube, but I do think there will be some stretches of same character content on the YouTube. Been going back and forth with Riley, my YouTube manager, on what exactly to do with that, but he's brainstorming ways to present it. Deathrow says, I used to experience exhaust as a heavy cost in a card, but now I can see it as a huge advantage. Yeah. Especially zero-cost exhaust cards are very strong. And where the answer to I can't play this more than once is just draft a second copy of it. Easy. Just get another disarm. Just get another shockwave. Just get another panic button. Whatever. Just add more of them. Mama Rossi with the Prime sub and the 4 months. Zombie Harbor's been enjoying the old Dicey Dungeons runs. That was a great game. Super random question. What are my thoughts on nootropic supplements that some gamers are consuming these days? Tough to watch. A predatory and unregulated industry being pushed by people who have no understanding of the problems with it. It's not good to see. You will never see me promote any kind of nutritional supplement or anything like that on the channel. Yeah, no Baylor bars, so unfortunately. Yes, snake oil. Almost entirely snake oil. And that's unfortunately supplement by and large. The more you look into how are supplements tested and verified, the answer is they're not at all. And kind of similar for cryptocurrencies, although at least cryptocurrencies can't physically hurt you. Don't I have a background in chemistry? Yes, I do. I have just a bachelor's degree, truthfully. I don't claim to be a fully knowledgeable chemistry guru or anything, but I've got some... I feel like I've learned some really important lessons about sort of the base rules of the universe, how they work, and that can tell me when things are BS or not sometimes. Yes, the energy waste from crypto does hurt the world. That's real. So much electricity burned for functionally nothing. Bitcoin stole my catalytic converter. You mean you sold your own catalytic converter to buy Bitcoins? That can hurt you. When do I think AI will be able to play Spire on a master level? I don't think ever. Somebody did ask during the presentation about training learning algorithms on Spire. I think we'd find very low success with that overall. Spire is sufficiently complex that I think it can elude. Any kind of brute force learning like that. But I'd be curious. There have been a couple attempts to write AI for Slay the Spire. By and large, they're not very good, but I wouldn't say anybody has made a truly serious, like, professional attempt at it. It's just been, you know, hobbyists being like, what can I do with a little bit of effort? And there's been some cute bots that can play Spire. The one on Twitch, Slays Spire, the channel, is a good example to point to. Spire's less complex than driving a car by orders of magnitude. Well, you'll note we haven't made AI that can do that either. Not well, anyway. Any sponsored stuff that I cringe about? Ooh, there's been a couple of games I didn't love showing off. Recently, I've also cringed a little bit about HelloFresh in retrospective. I like, as a private sort of customer of it, I've really enjoyed the meal delivery service that is HelloFresh. But HelloFresh, as a gigantic company, has done very aggressive advertising of all sorts of things that have definitely made me cringe by secondhand association. Like, I've gotten included with my meals have been advertisements for, like, the Minions movie and Tinder, and I have not been very happy about those, which definitely makes me not want to do future sponsorships with HelloFresh. Yeah, HelloFresh sent me an ad for Tinder. Like, what? And yes, overall, their sort of method of acquiring customers is also pretty scammy. They've gone the approach of sign new accounts on no matter what, and try to keep them as long as possible, also no matter what, without actually, well, meanwhile slowly scraping away the, like, incentive value that they would have traditionally given for that. So I found myself wanting to do HelloFresh sponsorships less and less, even as I continue to just be a customer of them, because I'm still getting a good product that I enjoy. Capitalism. Why are you so the way that you are? As for games, what have I not really liked on games? Arcanium Rise of a Khan is a game that I looked back kind of with cringe on because it was an early access game that looked promising, and then it went in a weird sideways direction with development during the early access, such that the player base kind of revolted at that game. I think they mostly fixed it for the full release, but I do slightly regret doing a sponsorship on that one. But for the most part, I feel like I've done a reasonably good job of picking out games that are not too shabby to do for sponsorships. Yes, Infidel Zombie says a lot of services go to crap after they get big. Actually, there's a whole, like, term of discussion. If you Google search the term N-shitification, there's a really well done blog post that basically details the pattern of companies getting too big for their own good, such that they start out successful by providing goods that people want at a reasonable value, and then over time increasingly turn to trying to provide values for the owners, the shareholders, the CEO, by shafting first the third-party workers that provide the surface, and then also the customers eventually as well. So the people who are providing the goods aren't getting anything out of it, the people who are getting the goods aren't getting anything out of it, and all of the money is just being siphoned to the top. And this will describe any sufficiently large endeavor at this point, pretty much. It's... Yeah, also seek government, right? Yeah. Many, many examples being named. Uber and Airbnb are doing this right now. DoorDash is doing this right now. It's grim, really. It's sad to see, as it's kind of resulting in an overall decline of the internet as a whole, with seemingly nothing to stop it. And pretty much nothing is immune. YouTube also, I mean, you look at what YouTube is doing with advertising very recently, and you can see that nothing is really safe from this kind of pattern. And I think it's a sort of natural consequence of short-term decision-making, which is baked into capitalism, but I think moreover just baked into fundamental animal behavior. Because for a living organism, the short term is the only term that matters. If you don't get through now, you will not get to later. And it's fundamentally why every organism, from the smallest single-celled bacteria to the largest mammals on Earth, pretty much all will eat available food if it's in front of them. They will eat it immediately, because if you don't eat the food now, then somebody else will eat it. So you must eat the food instantly. And it does apply kind of in Slay the Spire too, right? You have to make short-term decision-making in that game for the same reason. If you don't get through the now, you don't get to later. Will I ever play Curse to Golf again on stream? I don't think so. Doesn't seem like it's going to get any more content. I was hoping they'd add like a real final boss to Curse to Golf, which is what I was personally really hoping for from that game, was a proper final boss battle for the 18th hole, but they chose not to do that for some reason. Really like the music though. We'll continue to hear the music from that game, but I don't plan to play it again. Can't buy a house later if you don't kill the knob on turn 3. That's right, you won't own a tiny house if you don't get past Slime Boss. But I think that's enough of the heavy real-life topics. We're going to play some Slay the Spire next, but it's also going to be break time next. I'm about 2 hours in without too much water here, so I need some more water, more tea. Oh, I didn't drink this tea. Well, it's no longer hot tea, so I need hot tea. And I'm also going to fire up the Spire. Let me update our title here. 820 Heart Fun Runs. Drinking peppermint tea today, I think. One of my go-tos. Truly a sneaky teak-esque pre-Spire talk. Yeah, I'm normally not that talkative of a person. I don't usually get a whole lot out of prolonged conversation and discussion, but today was a good day for it. I'm actually about to reconfigure the streaming room, EMR. I've got some new artwork I'm going to be hanging up on the wall over the weekend, and so there should be a new piece of artwork. And I'm going to move the desk a little bit to get a better view of the wall. So it should be cool. I'm looking forward to showing that off. What's not to like about orbs? How's that PC? As far as I'm aware, it didn't get here yet. Let me double check on that. It's my first thing to check, actually, is I think it's due for delivery today, so I got to check some stuff. Red Panda Rising, congrats on the 820 Silent Heart kill. The artwork is not Spire related, no. It is From Software related, just like the last one. I went with a pre-assembled PC by Star. From Origin PC. Is what I ended up choosing. I hit a Black Friday discount I went with. Bought your wife some nice bird art for Xmas. Excellent. Perfect for an expert in bird law. Alright, Twitch chat. We're going to play some Defect. Then maybe Silent or Watcher? I'm not sure. See what I'm feeling after we play Defect. Maybe we'll just play more Defect. But I'm going to play some fun stuff. PS5 games I would recommend. Elden Ring was spectacular, although that's not actually necessarily a PS5 game. There's many platforms you can get that on. Guess I'd clarify, are you asking for games on the PS5 or games exclusive to the PS5? I would recommend the remake of Demon's Souls. I thought that was spectacular. And that actually really utilizes the PS5's visual capability as well. A more visually stunning game than Elden Ring, actually. You can get Spire on PS5, that's true. I got it for free on PS5. What else have I been enjoying? The Spider-Man games have gotten pretty good reception. The most recent one, too. I haven't played either of those. How many people do I sub to on Twitch? I've been sub to over a dozen in the past. These days it's around half dozen. I try to keep it reasonable. Fluffy Mitten says the Insomniac Spider-Man games really nail the feel of being Spider-Man. Heck yeah. All right, Twitch chat. It's definitely break time for me. I gotta refresh myself here. So, back in, let's call it maybe 10 minutes. Need a bit of a longer break here. I'm gonna refill the legs, stretch the water, get some more tea for myself. When I return, we're embarking on a journey as the Defect, Twitch chat. I will be right back. All right, Twitch chat, we are back. Will we ever start a run? Yes. Right now, it's happening. We are embarking on a new journey as the Defect. Looking at an Act 1 that is staring down a Guardian. And with some interesting elite-heavy paths along the way. Is there anything that can make us strong enough to handle this? Technically, there is a no-elite path available. This could be a reasonable use case for the 3-potion start to give us a head start into these elites. But I'm leaning more towards Transform 2. Steve the Mime says, how viable is avoiding all elites Act 2 as silent? It's definitely something you can do. I think Defect can also really do this, is avoid all of the elites in Act 1 or Act 2. Not both, though. And if you're not going for a heart run, as a general rule, I recommend avoiding elites in Act 3 and just gunning for the boss with the best deck that you can get. Will this count as a sort of a defect streak? No, I'm not planning on recording or setting any streaks here. We're just gonna do some silly stuff and have fun. Let's transform 1 and 1. Compile driver multicast. Interesting. Is that going to be enough to fight some elites? Let's find out together. Could evoke 3 times, although we might take 8. I guess we dual cast and then C. Although next turn's bad too, huh? Yeah, dual cast and C. This way we can defend, yeah. Need to. Although we could take 8 next turn, still. No, thankfully. We lucked out. Blip black. On one hand, I am a huge Storm Monkey. And I love that card. On the other hand, there's Equilibrium here, which is a very good block card, and Retain, which is very good with the dual cast and the multicast in particular. So I should probably click on the EQ. When you embark on a Forced Elite path, is it very much a cross your fingers and hope kind of decision? A little bit. You're looking to gain enough strength from your Niao choice and all the nodes leading up to the elite in order to get through the elite. So we're probably going to go through the shop in order to lock in the possibility of beating that elite. I think it might be Equilibrium Zap here. Yeah, Equilibrium Zap. Then we can multicast next turn for the kill. That's right. We should upgrade that multicast. Ooh, I like a Ball Lightning. We want some more orbs because we can evoke so many. So yeah, let's take a Ball Lightning. Event or third combat on the way to the shop. We've got 1 potion already. Let's take an event. We got 1 more fight after the shop. It's the Remove Transform upgrade. So that would let me upgrade multicast before the elite. That sounds pretty important. I've said in the past that your criteria, or my criteria for this, is as follows. If you can beat your Act boss, then you can click Remove. If you can't beat your Act boss, then you should probably click Transform. But if you're going to die immediately to an elite, then you should click Upgrade. And that's definitely the situation we're in here. This elite is spooky. So let's upgrade. Let's upgrade the multicast, specifically. X+1. Hey, Righty, thanks for the 11 months and the Prime sub. Great retrospective on the challenge. Congrats to me and everyone who helped it make happen, which is really this entire community. Wouldn't have been able to do the Mastery Challenge without all of you here to watch me. Can't quite buy Seeker Electrodynamics or Toxic Egg, but we can buy Ball Lightning, maybe a Focus Potion, or maybe a Remove. I'm definitely down for another Ball Lightning here. Maybe Ball Lightning, remove another strike. I don't need this Focus Potion, do I? I don't think so. Let's go Ball Lightning, card remove. Yeah, if only we saw the shop a little later. Look at, I mean, Toxic Egg, Frozen Egg, Seek Electro. Holy moly. This is a good shop to spend over 1,000 gold in. So if I dual cast multicast, we deal 16 plus 24. 40 damage, not quite enough. So we should defend, zap then. Hyper Beam is here. A potentially good way to do area damage. Very good for getting through a couple nasty elite fights, certainly. Could consider a Cold Snap if we want to go more the orb interacting line. I mean, Compile Driver does say the Cold Snap's a bit better. But Hyper Beam is such a great fight solver, especially with the Equilibrium. I'm just going to pick it up. Could also be a good way to kill the Gremlin Knob. Better to spend the energy on the multicast here. 8 versus 6 for 1 energy. So let's see. We know some of our cards next turn. Equilibrium, Ball Lightning, huh? This would do 26 damage, but means the orbs do no more damage. Don't know if that's any good. Allison Rudery, thanks for the 100 bits of support. Much love to you. Probably want the option of multicasting, huh? If we do Strike Dual Cast, we'll deal 22, 25, bring him to 30. 30 next turn, very unlikely we can block. Could be a good use case for the Essence of Steel. This will probably block at least 7. I think we keep the orbs. Ouch my face. And yeah, this can't kill. So we'll just play the Equilibrium, which blocks for more than it deals, and the Ball Lightning to make sure we are killing next turn. We take a bit more damage, but ultimately we're through a really tough fight. We get a pretty good relic here. The Happy Flower gives energy every 3rd turn. Ooh, and I really like a Bullseye here, amplifying the damage of the Lightning Orbs. We could also take a Turbo to amplify the power of the multicast. They're both pretty good, actually. Good morning, Failey. Heard you had no internet earlier. Welcome to the show. Retrospective went fantastically. There's a lot to show off and talk about. Big thank you again for helping put that together. Having a fun time in the hospital. Oh no. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, not commonly known as places people go to have a good time. It's actually a tough choice with here, Turbo Bullseye. I find Turbo so good later on. Let's take it. No potions is a little concerning going into a Burning Elite, but with an upgraded Hyper Beam, I'm not afraid. Although maybe I should be. Enkidu is stuck at home and hitting over 100 degrees with a temperature. Can you get a dad joke? Sure. Why is it better to sleep in than to get sick? Well, better late than fever, right? No refunds. You're welcome. I was saying Boo Earns. Yes. Sap and pass one more time here. Wake up with Ball Lightning dual cast. Pretty bad draw here, sadly. Especially with Happy Flower. We could compile for draw 1. Does that improve the situation? Not really. I say zap and pass. Pianenko-chan, thanks for the full year of support. A pair of man go into a bar and yell, "This is Strawberry, give us all your waffles." I like it. Cold Stormy, thanks for the Prime sub. And Enkidu with the 5 gifted subs. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club, everybody. It's a lot of health. Dear Lagavulin, why do you have so many health? And why do I have so few? Ow. So we end turn, deal 32 more, so we deal 32 plus 15. 47. So as long as I don't draw the Void, or I do draw the Void and draw the Turbo, I think we're fine here. Drew the Void, but not the Turbo. Is dual cast, multicast enough? I don't think it is. Are we okay if I don't draw the Turbo here? We can do Hyper Beam multicast, right? How much is that? We deal 32. And this will evoke for 5. Damn it, we're 1 off. I didn't think multicast last turn was going to be lethal, but maybe I should have mapped out that line. Evoke would be a 5, because I have to play Hyper Beam before we play multicast. Can't play multicast for 0, then play Hyper Beam. That'd be enough, but you're not allowed to do that. If we go dual cast, multicast, we would deal 16, 16, 3. That's 35. Is Compile Driver into Ball Lightning, dual cast, multicast to kill? If that's fine, then we just Compile Driver. We would do 5 plus 5 from 2 attacks. And then we would... No, I can't play the dual cast. Hold on. Just be Compile Driver, Ball Lightning, Multicast. That's not enough. Probably, right? That's 10 for the 2 attacks, plus we get 1 evocation for 8. Multicast is another evocation for 8. We do 6 at the end of turn. That's only 32. So it looks like playing Compile Driver is a 50% chance to win and a 50% chance to instantly lose the run, which is quite a coin flip. Or we can defend twice and always win next turn. But it looks like the right line might have been multicast last turn. Compile Defend does not stay alive, because our defends only block for 3. So if we compile, we are committing to drawing turbo or dying. Because we're exactly dead by playing 1 defend. That's why this is so tricky. There's no out. Once you play the compile, you've committed. Do we ever win if we live at 3? I mean, we get a relic, and then another relic, and then we can rest. So we have pretty good odds just surviving here. I'm not opposed to the idea of double defend. Looks like it might be our only guaranteed line for survival. Yeah, surely we don't go for the 50-50 here, right? Okay, so let's double defend. And I guess we want to do this. It's a free evoke next turn, so no, we don't. And I'm pretty sure we can always kill on this turn. Yeah. Say we survive with a Bank of Preparation, no less. One of the best common relics for this character. I will click the Beam Cell, because Beam Cell Hyper Beam is a thing. We get Matryoshka out of the chest. I'll take it today. And we sleep. Cowboy, thanks for the 7 months. Just wanted to do a normal sub for the first time, because you bring me so much entertainment, both while conscious and while asleep. You're heckin' welcome. Isn't it always correct to take an Act 1 Matryoshka? I wouldn't say always. If we end up taking a cursed key from Guardian, it will have been correct to skip. However, you can also get an immediate payoff like this. That's pretty cool. I get an oddly smooth stone, and I'm going to skip the boot. So yeah, that worked out just fine. We're offered the Warped Tongs. Upgrade a random card in our hand every turn, but get a Pain Curse, which will kill us in the boss fight. So no, let's upgrade Beam Cell. Upgrade Beam Cell. Okay, not Gremlin Knob. Instead, we have Glorious Victory. This fight, at least, is nice and easy. Hey. $34. Perfect. Now we're talking. Fruit Juice for 5 max health. Thread Needle to give us plated armor each combat. That'll help with the boss. Loop is not bad, letting us trigger our lightning orbs a bit more. Not great, but not bad. I feel like I do need some help for Guardian. And I'm thinking this is a card I should start taking earlier, more often, so let's give it a shot here. This guy is super dead. Eat, Sinks, and Chill. Probably Chill here. That's our first Frost Orb. Gonna want a Frost Orb for the Guardian. Very good card with the Bag of Prep, too. Okay, so with Fruit Juice, with Bag of Prep, with Thread Needle, I guess we want an upgraded Loop. Maybe an upgraded Equilibrium, although I think with the Smooth Stone we'll be fine. We're a little bit low on health for this fight, but I think we have pretty good matchup overall, so I'm not too worried here. Let's see how this goes. Oh yeah, the Frost Orb makes the Compiled River a lot better, too. Definitely have to get the early transform, though. That's very important that we do enough damage. It's a pretty good sign. But then I don't have the ability to deal enough damage here, unfortunately. Bummer. Good thing we can multicast the Frost Orb. But we are absolutely going to get blapped here. Ow. Let's play loop later. So we block 25, take 11, go to 11 health. That's not too bad. Definitely lowers our odds of winning in this fight, though. Poor Luke. Ah. Should have played it. GG. We're just one damage short of blocking the big hit there, and it took us out. That's a shame. That's a real shame. Wonder how that fight goes if I do play the loop. Definitely feels like taking the loop did get us killed, though. If we had just skipped it and upgraded something else, we probably would have gotten out of Act 1. Let's try again. We're playing fun runs today. I'm not exactly try-harding these. I'm not expecting to perform optimally. Just gonna try some stuff, see what happens. Let's do a boss swap. Ectoplasm. Feels bad initially, but depending on the other relics that we find, it might not be that bad. Main problem with an Ecto run is getting access to card removes, since you can't buy them at the shop. Well, you can buy one of them at the shop. Maybe I want to do that. I guess we might as well go to a floor 1 shop, because we're never going to have more money than we have right now. Seems fine. Simply having more energy each turn is really good, for the Defect in particular. Too many hit points. I'll pick it again. Okay, so we got the removes we needed. Now what? Seems good. And there are actually few enough cards in the deck that as long as I play the Equilibrium, I'm now guaranteed to draw it again. That's great. I like it. How much do runs rely on having gold to buy stuff? Not that much. I'll take a melter for Guardian. Gold is a very valuable tool, but it's not required by any stretch of the imagination. A really early creative AI. Probably I take a charged battery here. Seems like way too early for creative AI. Although Lagavulin creative AI does seem kind of funsies. Absolutely need a better damage card. We are not that good at an elite fight right now. Hoping it's not Gremlin Nob. I'm not going to go left. No way. Definitely needed more damage. Oh boy. Okay, this could be really bad. Yep. This is really, really bad. It's gonna be a 5-turn Gremlin Nob fight, looks like. We've got the added cards now, so I can't keep looping the EQ either. Classic. Freaking third card reward did me in. This is the second big attack. I guess we use this. Looks like we need this too. Oh. Do we have 20? Yeah, it's enough. Okay, we didn't die though. Thanks to Block Potion. Of course, we might die before we get to a heal, unfortunately. The good news is this deck has tons of block density, so you might be able to get through the next few encounters really well. Channel a Dark Orb at the start of combat as our only orb. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. The other fight where we needed a bunch of front load. Dual Cast might be able to save me here, but this looks really bad. Dual Cast, you must save me. I have to rebound the strike? I do, okay. Equilibrium, rebound, strike. Let me dual cast strike. Without Virus, we don't win this fight. Hologram is excellent, letting us get anything from the discard pile. Melter, rebound, EQ, you name it. Reinforced Body can be very efficient block, but we already have lots of block, so I want something that lets me fetch a damage card when needed, or a block card if that's what we need. Lagavulin should be nice and easy here. Wakey, wakey. We want it to rebound EQ there? I don't think so. Let's rebound Melter. Flawless fight. Alright, we scored a Nunchaku, Skill Potion, and a Ball Lightning, or a Turbo, or a Boot Sequence. We're still lacking on damage a little bit, so I do like this Ball Lightning to round things out. Not the worst Boot Sequence, but it feels unnecessary with all the other block options. Let's take one more Ball Lightning. Okay. I think one rest is a reasonable choice from this position, and then we can upgrade either Cool-Headed or Hologram, or maybe something like Zapper Dualcast. But let's sleep first. Get back to a reasonable hit point total. Surprise, surprise, it's a combat. Thus, the rest. A lot of wasted energy that turn, though. Thanks for nothing, HNT set. Got him. Beam Cell is back. I like it with Melter. I like it with Nunchaku. I'll take it. And we have 3 orb types in this deck. And a Nunchaku. That makes Compile Driver really good. Really, really good. Offering card draw and damage, both. We're having a breakdown of the average number of relics per run. Now, we had a win rate breakdown for relics, but I don't think we had those metrics that you're talking about. How many of my runs does a Dark Orb part of the win condition? Not very many. I think maybe like 10%. On Defect, and don't often go for it, really. Can also upgrade Hologram to make it not exhaust, which is quite good for this upcoming fight. And then we have Rebound Hologram stuff. I really like Hologram upgrade, actually. I'm also less afraid of a Fusion Hammer if this card's upgraded. Not that I want energy from the boss relic here. I want either Empty Cage or Astrolabe, or something similar. Oh, not again. Guardian. Guardian, I'm warning you. I have a Swift Potion and I'm not afraid to use it. Alright, Melter's here. Explosive Potion will stop this at least. Good enough. Good enough. Action Ryza with 40 months, the 4 metric years. Does 13, so we can do Strike, Rebound, Melter, actually. Although I don't want the Melter rebounded. Next turn, dual cast, defend is sufficient. Cash in this Dark Orb. So I can do Rebound, Melter, Compile Driver, Melter. That's pretty strong. We get through the Guardian fight, no problem this time, earning revenge for last time. And despite the Ectoplasm Star, we feel pretty strong here. As far as rare cards go, I like the Core Surge, enabling us to gain artifacts. It's able to block a debuff. It's also pretty good upfront physical damage, which goes well with the Beam Cell and the Nunchaku. Great question. Ragemal asks, if two enemies are at the same health, does the Dark Orb target the same one every time? Yes, it always targets the frontmost enemy, the leftmost enemy. In the event of a tie. Do I stream on YouTube? Not currently. Apparently I'm allowed to now, so it's something I could consider. Multi-streaming on YouTube and Twitch. How many heart kills do I think I could get in a row playing on A0? I think 50 would be doable. Not an infinite number. Not hundreds, necessarily, but definitely lots. How do you determine leftmost on Repto? So Repto's got like a zigzag pattern. So from the top left, it's 1, 2. Repto is 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is the order of operations, I believe. A backwards N. Yeah, I'm not eager to sign up for a second like alert box and a second chat I have to pay attention to. That sounds nightmarish. A Z rotated 90 degrees. Here I'm deciding between Slaver's Collar and Inserter. I would never take Busted Crown here, but I could see use for more orb slots. The Dark Orb is always the front orb, so the Inserter normally having a downside with Dark Orbs does not apply here. That says take Inserter for me. I want the extra orb slots to scale in later fights. Let's try it out. Maybe we'll find a Consume. Okay. First rule of Defect, don't go to unnecessary elites. We're playing the upgrade character, so I should just upgrade a bunch of garbage. And I'm willing to go through the shop to get all these upgrades. These are the same path. These are the same path. Excuse you. But my face, though. Don't mind me, I'll just be retaining cards over and over again. Ah! Dark Orbs, save me. EQ can block this, so we need to kill you. This will deal 36, so I can Beam Cell, Compile, dual cast, Equilibrium. Take 1. That's not too bad. Might actually not get the kill here. Oh. Aha! Thank you, hologram. Bullseye with a plus. Sure makes the Dark Orb hit harder. Decent damage, too. Also tempting to take a hologram, though. Hey, Cappy, thanks for the gifted sub. And Spalding also gifting a sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club, folks. The sweet, sweet sound of thieves dying. It's green, though. Let's take the green card. Uh-oh. Bird nerds. Another case of dual cast save me? Dual cast save me. Yikes. So beam cell, strike, downs 1. Then I can block for 10. Take 14. 24 minus 10, yeah. Anything better that I can do? I can hologram, equilibrium, defend, block 23, take 15. That's even worse. Bummer. But my face, though. And I still didn't draw dual cast. Well, this is a total disaster. Sometimes Act 2 just do be like that. You just get immediately hosed. With little recourse. If the draws and encounters are particularly nasty. Bummer. Oh. But salvation arrives here. Glacier versus Consume. Probably has to be Glacier first. That Consume is the late game scaling answer, but I don't think I can take it yet. Yeah, I gotta start shoring up weaknesses immediately in Act 2, which is why we more or less have to take the Glacier now. The focus isn't worth anything without actually having the Frost Orbs. And I might actually take a heal here over choose one of 20, although this is another chance at Consume, perhaps. We can just rest at one or two of these rest sites. Let's look at 20 cards. No Consume, but there is Sunder, Skim, Turbo. Turbo looking a lot better now. Claw. I think I'm going to need Sunder for Act 2 enemies. Let's grab a Sunder. Excellent. You must perish. And so shall you. 75 block, more like no block. Cool, we're through that fight. Recursion with a plus. Evoke your next orb, channel the orb that was just evoked. Pretty useful effect overall. I like that. That said, a second compile driver is also very good here. I think since I took the Sunder, I'll take the Recursion. I'm worried we're getting a little bloated here, but what can you do? Smith first. Energy upgrades are looking a bit better. I guess upgrading Sunder is going to be good for this segment, although we can do that here. Might get a rest relic, so let's upgrade first. Yeah, let's get Sunder now. Make sure that slaps properly. We are fighting Collector, so it'll help a lot in that fight, too. 21 health? I don't really want Nilries. The other two are pretty good. I don't know. I might skip this. We could just double rest, it's true. It's 21 health to do this. I don't know if I want to double rest. Or a 1/3 chance of getting a relic I don't even want. I don't think I'm going to. Also, the Necronomic Curse would be pretty bad, actually. My other upgrade is going to be what? Zap, Dual Cast, or Cool-Headed? Or maybe a block card to make them better blocks. Charge Battery would be a good upgrade. Zap would be acceptable. I'm gonna upgrade Cool-Headed. That'll make it easier to take an energy generating card, for example. Bag of Prep is back. That definitely helps with more card draw on turn 1. And now we'll see how we fare against some opponents. No Hex for me, thank you. Looks like I probably want to rebound Glacier. Guess we'll do that. Do Bullseye rebound Glacier? Yes. Hmm. Taking a clad break just for today. Just for today. Oof. It's not quite a kill, huh? Bummer. It's a real bummer. What do you mean that's not a kill? I refuse. More orb slots. Okay, okay. Chaos can help fill the orb slots, or Recycle can be the energy generating card we've been looking for. I do rather like a Recycle here. Does not help me in that elite fight. Neither does Chaos, really. I want to skip these. Yeah, I want to skip these. Okay, skip these. Because they don't help me here, and that's really, really bad that they don't do that. Let's see, we're getting weakened, huh? Definitely looking at Equilibrium Charge Battery for our turn 1 here. Wish I wasn't getting weakened. Let's see what Cool-Headed has. Core Surge, okay, so we could Equilibrium Core Surge, block the weaken, take some damage. That means no additional energy next turn. Which is kind of a bummer. But just being able to do a lot of damage next turn looks pretty important. So yeah, Equilibrium. Could also retain the Core Surge, use it on this guy's debuff. Don't think that's right, though. I think we use it on this guy's debuff and then kill this guy. Oh, good. We got Beam Cell here. Oh, Melter, my Melter. Four energy left. Trying to figure out if I can get two of them here. Don't think that I quite can. Do dual cast hologram equilibrium. Dual cast charge battery glacier looks good, actually. Let's start with dual casts. Yeah, I'll do it this way. Do not draw Sunder. That bad enough to warrant a draw potion? I don't feel like it is. But maybe it was. Seems like we're all right. Smiling Mask is unfortunately completely useless here. But what's not useless is Aggregate, allowing us to generate energy based on the number of cards that are in the draw pile. I think that could be quite powerful. And I think Resting is also quite powerful. How do we do against the plant? I have way too much energy is how I do against the plant. Not a bad time for a Swift Pot, but I don't feel the need, thankfully. Blocking Frail is pretty good. This draw is pretty bad. Yeah, bad enough to use Swift Potion here. There's no kill that I see. And I will take one more Compile Driver, especially with the Aggregate and all these orb types. We want the card draw. Do I feel worse resting as Defect? Yeah. It would definitely be nice to have more upgrade density in this deck, that's for sure. As we fall behind in upgrades, we get further and further from any sort of hope of winning. We upgrade Beam Cell or Aggregate. I'm still thinking that Charge Battery is a good upgrade. Let's try to get that. Don't often value block upgrades, but I think on Defect they're better than normal. When they work, that is. Don't want to Recursion here. Already grateful for the Charge Battery upgrade. It is saving me hit points here. And I can kill them both. Dual cast, bonk bonk, sunder bonk. So I'll play these next turn. They don't do anything now. No. Cool-headed top card? Damn it. Means aggregate is useless unless I hollow the equilibrium, actually. Now it's a good aggregate. We're not weak, but we are vulnerable and frail. We're also getting a resummon from Collector, which is very grim, gonna be honest. I think we're dead next turn. We'll see how it goes. She could buff next turn. I can hollow the aggregate and play it again, which I guess I will. I should have done that before there were fewer cards. Gotta keep doing damage somehow. But yeah, I think we're pretty toast here. Not yet, we're not. That helps a ton. Oh, we got a resummon too? Holy moly. Okay. We have an actual chance here. Now buff. No, attack for 46? What am I meant to do now? I have to kill them both right now. And I think we're still dead, right? Well, I need to block for 20. I can't block for 20. I can only block for 18. So yes, even if we kill them both, which we do, we're dead. Bummer. I play every card in my hand, and it's still not enough. GG. The Collector takes us down. Maybe if we had the Consume, we could have lived that fight. But overall, looks like we just failed to get scaling for the boss. And the only scaling we really did see was the Consume, so probably Consume would have made a difference. I don't think Ecto was the cause of our doom here. No, falling behind the curve in the middle of Act 2, having to rest repeatedly was our doom. Another Act 2 boss might have been better. I don't see us beating Champ very easily, unless we maybe hold on to just the starting Dark Orb for a long, long time. Seems hard. There was a Creative AI Act 1. I did think about taking that. I don't know if that would have been enough for Collector. Do I think this run was winnable? Oh, yes. Even assuming that you have to swap for Ecto. This run was super winnable. Definitely. Very definitely. Very few runs are not winnable. That's right. That's right. I'm going to play a silent run next. Before that happens, though, Twitch chat, I'm going to take a quick break, refill the legs, stretch the water. Back in a few for some more Spire. BRB. Alright, Twitch chat, we have returned. Let's play some Silent. So I did deny myself the bonus by doing that Zeknar Seed. That's completely fine. I'm going to try to snipe the Elite here. Could also maybe go for the Burning Elite. Any other reasonable lines we can snipe? The Elite on the left side here also. I don't get any rest sites if I just go max Elites here. So maybe it's better to go... this way. 1, 2... yeah, we need 2 events to not be a combat. That's not that hard to do. And then we get 3 elites. Let's try that. Yeah, I turned off the dad joke redeem during the retrospective. I'm gonna keep it off for the rest of the stream. Well, they'll be back on Saturday. Our boss is Slime Boss, so I picked the Blade Dance here. Not the Bouncing Flask. I would take Bouncing Flask against the other 2. Endless Agony over Blade Dance, maybe? Blade Dance being reusable is kind of a big deal. Go first, pick Blade Dance. Uh-oh. Spin the wheel. Uh-oh. Blind man walks into a room, then a chair, then a table. I see, said the blind carpenter as he picked up his hammer and saw. Thanks for the garbage. I'm a Shiv monkey now. Let's give this a shot. I haven't taken an expertise in a long time. And we do get the elite snipe, at least. So this Lagavulin is totally free. We get a Matryoshka. Right before the chest is pretty good, actually. A power pot for the next elite. And another Cloak and Dagger. So our cards added are Blade Dance, Accuracy, Cloak and Dagger, Cloak and Dagger. That's pretty hype. That's pretty hype indeed. Hype enough that I will upgrade the Accuracy now. Going into Gremlinob. That way each Shiv will do 10 damage. No, it's the sentries. Thankfully. Thankfully, it is the sentries. Double accuracy or add an after image? I think we do more damage. Accuracy, accuracy, defend, defense. Bop. $42. $28, 34, 40. So hit the one that's attacking 2 turns from now. Really good draws here. That worked out well. Ah! I opened my mouth too soon. Damn it. So it goes. Blank epilogue page, thanks for 51 months of support. And Predator SB with the 5 months in the prime. Oh, Guria. Guria Shiv cards. Let's go. Do I add a slice? Probably not, actually. Well, actually, I have an expertise. Add it. Add it. We also get a freaking mummified hand whenever we play a power card. A random card will cost 0. Excellent, as we already have a power. Take the Sapphire Key over the Dreamcatcher. I plan on lifting. Most of that has to be next act, unfortunately. Guria is a little bit worse, I think, with the accuracy. We'd like to upgrade the number of shivs that we get, primarily, but I think it's still nice to have. So I draw exactly these 3. Let's do that. I might want Fear Pot for Slime Boss, but I can get another potion if I want one. Although we may go zigzag, so I have a chance of getting this stupid curse removed. Let's use this now. Easy fight. Art of War is good. If we play no attacks on our turn, we'll gain additional energy on the next turn. And what about a second accuracy with the Mummy Hand? There's also Malaise, but second accuracy, though. Now I do actually just want to ignore the lift, because I want to upgrade Shiv cards now. It's kind of sad. Master the accuracy. Oh. Let's freaking go. Alright, I'll take some events. I think we got it. Even though we have no potions, I think we're in a good shape here. Oh no. Grand finale? Fumes. I don't want a finale. But I do want another Blade Dance. Come on. Blade Dance. Dang it. Bummer. So close, yet so far. Take 7? Suppose I'm okay with that. Block pot's good. I don't think we want 2 slices, and I know we don't want a reflex, as we have no discard. Sucker Punch is pretty mediocre also. Alright, could take another combat here. Probably a good idea. I want one more event, though. It's a shop. Good, we can get rid of the stupid curse. And we can buy a 3rd accuracy. Question mark. I mean, the title does say Fun Runs. Now lifting looks just stupid. Give me more shivs. Dumb like a fox. And sharp. Sharp like a fox. Okay, that's a good hand. Boom. Get shivinated. Sliced into little bits. Come on, after image into wrist blade, after image into more energy. Both are good. Envenom is a power. Interesting. So is Wraithform, actually. Wraithform seems probably spectacular here, giving us a couple of turns of nigh invulnerability that we can then use to attack with shivs. I don't think we need the Envenom, because we already have so much damage scaling on the shivs. So yeah, let's take a Wraithform. Really good way to block in Act 2 against some of the dangerous opponents. Our relic options are Velvet Choker, limiting us to 6 cards per turn. Yikes. Sacred Bark doubles the strength of potions. That's okay. Or Black Star for more relics. Now that I like. Give me some elites here. This deck's already plenty strong. If we gain more relics, we're going to find some that interact with attack cards, like the Kunai, or the Shuriken, or the Ornamental Fan. And those will definitely empower us. See a path that looks pretty okay here. A couple late elites especially good. These could be thwack. We can get a lot of relics in Act 2 here. And we get a shot before the first elite, so we can offload a strike. We can also upgrade the Wraithform before the first elite, which is quite important. This will take 3 fights along the way? Sure. Bird nerds. Nice try. Incoming, so this blocks 10 right now. Yeah. Good enough. Wouldn't 4 fights be better knowing that we're going into a shop? I'm kind of afraid of the fights, I'm gonna be honest. Before we actually start collecting relics, we could be pretty weak. So I have some concern there. This one went well enough, but things could definitely go awry pretty quickly. Another Cloak and Daggers here, but what about an upgraded Prepared? Draw 2, discard 2. This is a card that increases our curse tolerance. It also lets us shift cards out of the hand to optimize the Mummified hand, which is kind of cool. I like it. I like it a lot. This is where having an upgraded Wraithform would make a big difference. Oh well. Hopefully we can kill it next turn, but we add 4 days to the draw pile playing this hand. It's bad. Even a single strike will do, though. Yeah. That wasn't too bad. Finisher, I don't think so, because the accuracies mostly boost shivs. The finisher won't actually be that strong. Nah. Alright. I'll play your game, you rogue. Bit of a bummer. We didn't quite get enough damage here. Unless you're telling me the prepared can draw some. Seems unlikely. So we're going to take another 13 here. Definitely need that Wraithform upgrade. Still being intangible on this turn would have been all the difference. I'm going to risk it here. Hey, that worked out. Take 10. And then Blade Dance kills. We do at least get a second potion, 2 good potions to fight our first elite with. I'm hoping that'll be enough. Alright. Oh no. Right, well this is why I didn't want a 4th combat, but we got a 4th combat. Pretty good highlight of why I was not going for combats on purpose here. Yarg. At least I can play everything. This is a full block now. Good. Okay, not too bad, actually. Maybe the money will serve us. Oh, dear. Or I could just fail to kill it somehow. Bah. Upgraded dagger throw is a little tempting. Decent enough damage for 1 energy. And we could pick up some discard pieces with a little bit more. I like the expertise interaction too. I'll take the dagger throw. Sure. And I will definitely take a terror. Question is now, is it terror remove or terror attack potion? Knowing that we plan on fighting an elite next floor and we have a black star. Yeah, it's attack potion. It's definitely attack potion. It's never footwork here. And then we always upgrade Wraithform. Remove is better long-term, but this is definitely a situation where the short-term is the only priority. If we don't die this act, we're going to have another half dozen relics at least. Actually, we get 2 from the chest as well, so we get 2, 4, 6, 8 relics minimum. And that will be very good long-term already. What we need now is to not have a bad short-term. And that means having an attack potion for, oh, I don't know, situations like this one. Attack pot into finisher. Choke, that'll work too. And you can see here, buying this attack potion instantly, the difference between this guy dead on turn 1 versus not. Let me just double check that choke actually does kill. And that die does not. So we can play 2 strikes, cloak and dagger, and slice. So we deal 18 plus 8, 26, which means the Die won't kill. But we play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards, so Choke will deal 30 damage. 30 plus, what was it, 22? Is that an exact kill? Let me double check that. 18, no, it's 26. But yeah, that'll kill. That'll easily kill this guy. I can play the Shiv here. Don't think Energy Potion for 2 more strikes is particularly worthwhile. But I'm pretty happy with that turn 1 of this fight. That means we're not going to suffer too much damage. Well, this turn's not great, but what can you do? I think I do defend, then accuracy? No, we want accuracy first. So we just defend, terror now. No, accuracy is guaranteed. We can accuracy, defend, terror. Of course, we just play everything. I don't know why I was overthinking that. Never mind. And we get Art of War for next turn, even if we don't have hit points. But we can sleep, at least. This is not enough damage. Ah! Help! It's all gone wrong. Bummer. Please stop hurting me. I would like to leave the fight now. Please and thank you. Blood Vial, that will help with the whole surviving thing. Maybe we'll find vampires? That'd be really good. Whetstone will upgrade 2 attacks. Take a backstab for the front load, too. Don't really need a backstab. Nah. Slice is nice. Okay, we have to kill the sentry on this turn. Because we've got 50 damage in hand. That's enough to kill you, but not you. And I don't have enough block. Kind of hoping we get Wraith Form next turn, or else this could be bad. Bummer. What is the correct line of play here? And 9 won't kill. We'd have to draw 1 more damage card, which we are not guaranteed to do. I guess we want to play Expertise with 1 energy left. That way I can Energy Potion Wraith Form if I have to. So we play 1 accuracy, play the defend, play the slice, draw 5. Actually, I might as well play the accuracy at this point, draw 6. This is guaranteed to make the expertise free. And we did redraw the slice, so we get a kill without having to use the potion, thankfully. Okay, okay. I am desperate enough to take another Cloak and Dagger. Sure. Sure. Man, how could 4 accuracies be underperforming? What a mystery. Treasure chest contains Snecko Skull Paper Crane. The greatest relics for a build that isn't ours. Pretty funny, actually. Sleep. Ooh, I'll take your potions. What do you got? Fruit juice. And an attack pot or a swift pot? Swift pot looks really good. Take a swift potion. Good. Alright, second elite is the Book of Stabbing. This is a pretty good one for us. Truth be told. 24 or an energy next turn. Do want to start early, but I think the energy will serve us better here. Yeah, exactly. Draw 5. Here we go. Paper Crane brings that down to 4x3. 21 per shiv. 60% chance to get a potion. This is a decent time to energy potion then. I'll allow it. Okay, that went much better than the Slaver's Fight. We do get another potion. We also get Nunchaku, giving us energy for every 10 attacks played. War Paint, helping us catch up on upgrades. And a dash plus, or a flying knee plus. I actually quite like this dash. Terror plus, Cloak and Dagger plus. Very good war paint. Relic for Arrive. This is definitely one of those situations where more relics is pretty good. We're kind of hurting on draw, though. Yeah, we're hurting on draw. I don't think so. Overall, excellent turn one here. Dispose of both minions, hit the leader for some, get set up some. The strike is not worth playing because of Art of War. Let's just pass the turn, gain more energy here. Heck yeah. 12 damage a pop. You'd love to see it. Alright, you can stick around, little guy. Okay, now we're talking. We made it through the 3 elites. We got lots of relics. A strike dummy and a prayer wheel. Some mediocre cards. Is it time to lift? No, it's time to increase the shiv count by upgrading the blade dances or the cloak and dagger. Let's upgrade a blade dance. I wish lifting made any sense here. Neutralize, also a really good upgrade with Paper Crane, actually. That's a very valid one as well. Dig one card deeper, and you know what? Sure. Hit that chump guy. Blocking is definitely not our speciality in this fight. Gonna have to be fast overall. Thank you, Dash. Cool. We're fine. Never get attacked on this turn, although... Do I have to play Wraithform now? Is a really good question. Probably. Let me just kill him before he actually executes us. I think that's very reasonable, actually. Promising. That's not good, though. Next turn we get executed. I think what we have to do here is Swift Pot, then shuffle the deck with Dagger Throw. That way we don't redraw any of these cards on the execute turn. We have to get to the shivs to finish him. He won't be vulnerable, which is bad, but at least we won't be weak. I don't know if this is going to work. Kind of close here. Looks good enough. Yeah, 22 each. We're good. We're good. Whew. Close fight, sir. But we're out of Act 2. Just barely. Just barely. Which is all you need to do in Slay the Spire, generally. I'm very happy with the tools of the trade here. Again, more powers with Mummy Hand is good. Lets us draw through the deck a bit quicker. Increases our curse tolerance substantially as we can sift through strikes a lot easier. Heck yeah. Yeah, where's our after image? After image, hello? Slaver's Collar Blackstar feels like a fun combo. We just go max elites and get more energy in those fights. Otherwise, we're taking Calling Bell for even more relics, but I don't know that that's good. Is Tools enough to take Kite? Yeah, usually. This would be a draw upgrade. I feel like we've got the tools of the trade to give that consistency. And we are going to want more energy, that's for sure. We're definitely going to want more energy. That's right, we couldn't have gotten Wristblade from the Calling Bell, because the Wristblade is itself a boss relic. So you can only get the Wristblade directly from bosses. No shop, huh? That's okay. We might suffer in the regular fights, like Darklings could be really bad for us. This fight could be pretty bad for us, although this draw order looks pretty good. This is promising. Definitely going to be appreciating that slow trickle of health from the Blood Vial. Although I don't think that it will be enough on its own. Liquid Memory is very helpful. Well-laid plans, very, very helpful. Allowing us to hold on to Wraith form. So far, we really haven't drawn it on the correct turn, basically, ever. So being able to do that would be real nice. Oh. Kill. Oh, I have a Wraith Form. Okay, Wraith Form can let me kill these with shivs. This is kind of sad, though. Too many attacks. Spoils the soup. Upgraded acrobatics, or another blade dance. Upgraded accuracy, or another prepared. I think I have enough accuracies. I'm gonna be honest here. I don't think more is actually helpful. Really don't think it is. I'd much rather have piercing whale or prepared. Actually, I'd really like that piercing whale. Give me that. Piercing whale acro here for sure. I want to actually stitch this together into a win. Top 10 chat betrayal moments. This is garbage. Acro into Wraith Form. This is questionable. Oh, finally we draw this on the correct turn. About time. So I might have an outright kill. Deeply unclear, actually. Should probably be going for the repulsor first. Very probably. To avoid hands like this. Oh well. Made my choice, I'm sticking to it. There we go. Come on, bird-faced turn. Wouldn't that make such a huge difference? Would love to see the bird-faced turn. I like a swift pot over an attack pot with this deck. Helps me find the key powers of the Wraith Form. No. Alright, here's the Darklings. At least they had the decency to wait a bit before showing up. Hopefully they won't get us too badly. Piercing Whale. Good work. Piece. Lose the well-laid plans here, maybe. No, that's foolish. Can use the swift pot here. Okay, that's good. And then we can retain the Wraith Form, only if I don't play the Survivor. But if I play the Survivor, I full block, so... Actually, no, I can discard a Shiv, hold the Wraith Form. Even better. Giga Brain. There we go. Excellent. Keep that. Okay, I don't like that I used the Swift Pot, but I don't think this fight was going to go well otherwise. We ultimately get out of here with no damage taken, which is very good. Choke's not terrible either. So many unupgraded cards. No, thank you. Please allow me to upgrade well-aid plans. And let's fight our first combat with 4 actual energy, which is what we're supposed to have. Reptomancers, so we'd better do well. And I guess 3 accuracies on turn 1 does constitute doing well. Also, perfect Mummy Hand hits there. Correct. That's a good turn 1. Penguin with Knife, thanks for the Prime sub and the 4 months. Sub port, but then this hand was bad. At least we had Neutralize. Oof, that's terrible. Do we Liquid Memories for some help? I don't feel like I can get enough help from the Liquid Memories. I can get a Cloak and Dagger back. Kill the Dagger, block 6. So it's actually block 15, right? And stops the wound, and does damage. Alright, that's good enough. You only take 3 then. On that turn, and then way more on this turn. Ow. But my face. No, you have to stop. Please. Oh, I could have played that. Shoot. Got a kill anyway. Ornamental Fan. There we go. Now we're going to start to see a bit more success. Also an Adrenaline to help get things in play. Okay, that's probably one of the toughest fights we had through the rest of the run, is my guess. I'm gonna recall. And we still get more relics coming up. 1 from the chest, 2 and 2 here. Will it be enough? Maybe. Bottled Flame is pretty bad. I don't hate Dash on turn 1, maybe? I kind of do. Let's get these. Might need block on this turn. Thankfully not. Dead Branch could be a way to turn this run around quickly as well. Love to see that. This is the one that needs to say plus. Come on. Ooh, that'll take. Piercing Whale with a plus. Now we have an actual block engine. 2 Piercing Whales and a Wraith Form is good. Wraith Form on its own, not sufficient. Piercing Whale on its own, not sufficient. But add them together like that, you do actually get something. Draw me some cards. Excellent. The more cards we can play in one turn, the better. 45 damage shivs. Good turn 1. Turn 2 is a little bit more tepid. Don't worry about it. Just holding cards and energy for another big explosive turn without weakness. As best as we can, anyway. Mediocre. Oh, actually. 1 sec, Twitch chat. I will be right back. All right, Twitch chat, we are back. Thanks for hanging out there. That was, in fact, my new PC arriving, which I'm very excited about. Heck yeah. Why are we still here? The new shiny stuff. So we can full block this like so. I can keep the neutralize here for next turn. Did I get enough to share with everyone? Certainly that's the hope. So we want to go neutralize Blade Dance. Oh, you're just dead. Let's talking about Wraith form here. There's no Wraith form. Only victory. Boat thingy, old coin. If only... Well, actually, maybe we go here now. With this much money. It is 2 relics for the elite fight, but... Ooh, and a nightmare. Yoink. Nightmare's huge. Just past time to upgrade Resort Dragon. My current PC is more than 5 years old at this point. And so I'm well overdue for an upgrade, I think. Oh, wait, did we really get a random shop in this question mark? Oh, we totally did. Heck yeah. Now we can have both. Excellent. And I love what's in this shop. Oh my goodness, do I ever. Handrill has a 100% win rate, so they say. I like the idea of a second well-laid plans with the Mummy Hand and our huge amount of money. I like the idea of a striker move. Big time. That's our worst card, right? Yeah. Happy Flower is a good source of energy. I'll be buying that too. And then there's maybe some question about Dark Shackle's Master of Strategy. We could potentially take them both here. I think they are both pretty good. I think they're both very good. Yeah, let's do both. Effectively spends all of our money, and I assure you it'll have been worth it. Can maybe buy 1 potion in Act 4. Buying the Ancient Potion might have been an okay idea. Yeah, I already really like that Master of Strategy. Card draw. Very important thing, it turns out. $45 block? Hello? Oh, behold. Excellent. The powers. I'm just going to play Accuracy. Then we play Nightmare on Wraith form. Or we could Nightmare the Accuracy. It won't still be 0 cost next turn. That's fine, though. Gonna win quickly enough with Nightmare Accuracy? Yeah, let's just be immune. No well-laid plans yet. Okay, the accuracies would have been enough. So it turns out. Wasn't sure with the draw order, though. Wasn't feeling confident enough. Relic setup. Get a bit more health, a bag of marbles for turn 1, an infinite blades plus if we want one for a shiv every turn. It's actually kind of good. Or a reflex, which is also really good. You know what? Give me the reflex. And lose the dash. Alright, we don't necessarily need to rest. Looks like we're in a pretty good position overall. I don't need to upgrade the second well-laid plans. Nightmare upgrade looks really good. Reflex upgrade's okay. Expertise upgrade's okay. We could lift for 1 strength. I don't think we're in a position that we actually want to do that. Let me get this upgraded. Alright, Tim. Timbo Jimbo. What's up, bud? Got many accuracies today. Twelve cards, turn 1. Oof, Nightmare was just after the Wraith form. That's a bit of a bummer. Enough damage. Right. And yes, I just nightmared Shiv. You heard me. So we missed our opportunity to nightmare the thing we wanted to. This fight is not going to last that long. Is not that bad, I guess. This turn's pretty bad. Ow. And we win the fight before I even redraw the Wraith form. What a miserable order of cards. Ouch. At least we're alive. As long as that doesn't happen to the heart fight, I think we'll be okay. Actually, it's more important it doesn't happen in this fight. So we can lose very quickly in this fight if our cards don't line up. But we get well-laid plans on turn 1. That's already a good start here. The donut to die quickly. Might have to use the Dex potion. Hope not. Play everything except Wraith form this turn. Take a bit more. Have to use it now, huh? Yes. Okay, that's fine. Depending on how one defines fine. think it's fine. Are we nightmaring the Blade Dance plus or the accuracy? I think the Mummy Hand says nightmare the accuracy. Not the Blade Dance. Actually, no, it's the Blade Dance, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's definitely the Blade Dance. Plated armor for you. So we have 2 more turns to kill Deca here. Actually, a little concerning. Only a little bit, though. This is already almost a kill. Look at that, we made it into Act 4 alive. Although it was admittedly a little bit close. GG. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of this evil? Prepare your sheaves. Dealing 2261. A good year. Am I going to upgrade the adrenaline? No, I'm going to sleep. I need a nap. Way too many hit points missing there. And we're going to buy a power potion, probably over a flex pot. Power potion could be after image. Get another accuracy here. Yeah, I'm thinking power potion. The flex pot could help kill the elites. Not sure how this fight goes. This is promising, at least. That's a lot of damage headed my way, though. Let me use this here. This turn could be tough. Bummer. That bad enough to try to use the potion? I don't think so, because the only thing that actually saves health here is Wraith Form. Not even Envenom could remove Artifact or anything like that. Spartacus Clement, thanks for the Prime sub and the 4 months. Oh. Only this Wraith Form was a bit more cooperative this run. There we go. Should have nightmared that. I'll be nightmaring this instead. Nightmaring Mummified Hand card does not make the copy 0 cost, because the Mummified Hand effect wears off at the end of the turn. Have a kill right now, but I feel like we can do better. Won't be able to kill next turn without resetting the Nunchaku, though, so let's try to kill now. Shuriken. Bronze Scales, 5 emergency hit points, and with the correct draw order, we might have a chance here. Just maybe. Oh, that helps. We get to retain Dark Shackles? That's already encouraging, actually. Big hit coming our way could change everything, though. Here it is. Are we already toast? Maybe. Maybe. Paper Crane helps, right? We reduce... I don't think I play Terror, do I? No, we kind of have to. Whatever. This reduces it to 40, but we're not quite living. Dark Shackles will further help. That actually keeps us alive, at least. Might as well play 2 more attacks. Could also try to Expertise here. That's right, the run's not over till it's over. Keep 1 card. Oh, shoot. Well, that's grim. Might want to use one of our whales here. See, this one was a bit of help. So we want to consider playing accuracy or something. Let's make Nightmare free. No, we have to just retain. Missing well. That's pretty grim. Mr. Discord, thanks for the 38 months of support. Uh-oh. Oh no. Saving? Alright, we're not dead yet. Although we're pretty toast here. This hits me for 2 no matter what I do, so I'm actually not able to play any more cards. Spooky. We didn't get the Wraith form. GG then. Good fight, Mr. Hart. Good fight. Tough run overall. We were very reliant on one copy of Wraithform, and this was a very uncooperative Wraithform. Did not work for us in this run. And that's partially because, guess what? We had too many copies of Accuracy in this deck. Probably just wanted 2 upgraded Accuracies, not 4 of them, in order to actually be able to draw that Wraithform. But so it goes. Still having 4 of our strikes was also really bad here. So I think ultimately we had just not enough consistency in this deck to do the late game. So it goes. The Spire giveth, and the Spire taketh. I think you mean not enough copies of Accuracy. That's right. How could the meme deck have been bad? How could this happen? There's no way to know that 4 was too many. It's impossible. It's impossible. Deck was just too accurate. I can't show the PC in any way that makes sense, alas. But I can get started on setting it up and stuff. So I think that's what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do is get my evening started here. So I'll say thank you one and all for joining us for today's show. We had some fun runs and a great retrospective look at this year's challenge. I'm going to be back tomorrow on Saturday, not later than noon Eastern Time, with some Sea of Stars. Continuing our playthrough of that delightful pixel art RPG. And then next week on Tuesday, the Ironclad returns to continue our 5-0 streak. See you later, Duke of Lameness, Jules Altus, Jimat, Plockett, Mark McCarr, Ku Lightwing, Miskatonic Blue, and everybody else. Thank you so much for watching. Have a cozy evening. Till next time, my friends, toodaloo, and good night.